Harry we lost? Yeah, we lost Harry. Okay, we're all set. I'd like to call this meeting to order, and please bear with us this evening. This is not just our first meeting of 2021, but also our first meeting with our new program called WeeStreem, where our whole meeting is on our tablets, and each councillor and myself will be going through this. Fortunately for myself, and I think because Councillor Butter didn't have it when he was mayor, is the fact that I do e-scribe both with the Police Services Board and the Niagara Region, so I'm a little bit ahead of the curve than some of the councillors. But I think everybody will get through it, but we'll take our time tonight, so anybody needs anything, just give me a shout or a wave, and we'll make sure that we don't miss anything. But everything else will go pretty much as we've been doing. So at this time, we are actually bringing back on the live streaming, as we're bringing back O Canada. So I'll turn it over to our guys here, and they'll play O Canada. Okay, great. We thank McKay's Choir for that. That's one we've used in the past. We really appreciate that. Great job, kids. There are no proclamations this evening. Adoption of the agenda. If I could have Councillors Danch and Bodner move that. Any questions to the agenda or changes? Seeing none, please raise your hand. All those in favor? That's carried. Disclosures of interest. I have Councillors Beauregard and Councillors Beauregard and Danch with declared a conflict of interest on item 7.2, and Councillor Beauregard has a conflict with confidential items 20.2 and 20.3. Approval of the minutes. I'll do these in block. Council. 6.1, special meeting of council December 14th, 2020, and 6.2, sorry, Councillor Bruno?
Yes, I didn't know whether you're going to go through the usual way. I do have a correction to the special meeting of December 14th.
Do you have a question?
Yes.
Well, let me get it on the floor first. I'll come back to you.
Sure.
I haven't done that yet. Thanks, Councillor. So as far as approval of the minutes, I'll do them in block. Item 6.1, the special meeting of council December 14th, 2020, and item 6.2, regular meeting of council December 14th, 2020. Of movers Beauregard and Desmarais for that. Questions? Councillor Bruno.
Thank you, Worship. With respect to the first meeting reference, I believe that was the
6.1.
168 to 176. I was attending a Zoom meeting at Pelham Council, and so I was not present for the entirety of that first application, Mr. Mayor. I joined the meeting approximately 7 p.m. If that could be reflected for the second application.
Okay, Madam Clerk, take care of that. Thank you. Councillor Beauregard, question? Okay, any further questions? Seeing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. That's carried. Staff reports. So just to let council know how I'm going to do this, I will move these in block and then withdraw the ones that have been pulled by yourselves, and then we'll vote on the balance. So under staff reports, we have items 7.1 through to 7.6. And 7.6, council, is a memo from Steve Shapowski. It is an amendment to tonight's agenda, so that's been added. And I'll have councillors Bagu and Councillor Wells to move those. And then I have the following items that have been pulled are items 7.1, 7.2, 7.3, and 7.4. So the rest I'll do in block. Are there any of those that I haven't called out to be withdrawn? Councillor Bagu?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have 7.6 on my laptop. That's where they want to close the road on West Street, Mr. Mayor?
No, that's not.
Okay, I'm going with it then.
You received that today under the delegation package?
I did, but I gotta get out and I gotta get back in on my other computer.
Yeah, you should be able to access it here, Councillor. It does pop up. Staff has populated eScribe, so on my computer here it is showing that it's there. I'm not sure about you guys. It should be showing that 7.6 is there.
I see it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, all right. Oh, so it's just Councillor Bagu. Okay. All right. So, no further items to be pulled. Going on the balance, all those in favor, please raise their hand. And that's carried. Same thing with correspondence. I'll have item 8, correspondence items, moved by Councillor Clayliff, second by Councillor Danch. Items 8.1 through 8.12 be put on the floor. Of those items, these are the items that you've asked to pull. Following items 8.1, 8.2, 8.6, 8.8, 8.9, 8.10 and 8.12. Any further items under correspondence? Councillor Bodnar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I was the only one that asked to pull 8.10,
You
I
are.
don't need that pulled now, but if somebody else was, then
So 8.10, councillors, Councillor Bodnar was the only one that asked for that to be pulled. Does anybody else want to speak to that, or am I fine to put that in the block? Okay, I'll do that, councillor. You're fine with that?
yep.
Thank you, Councillor Bodnar. So 8.9 and 8.12 are those that are pulled. Again, any further items under correspondence to be pulled? Seeing no one there, all those in favor of the balance of the items, please raise your hand. That's carried. Tonight we have two presentations. Our first presentation is Jonathan Hack under item 9.1, Director of Sierra. Just bear with me here. Sierra Planning and Management. And is Jonathan there? There's Jonathan. Welcome. You're up. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Your Worship, members of council and staff and members of the public. Thank you very much for having us this evening. We'll be brief in our comments, but firstly, wish a happy new year to everybody. What we have is a presentation, so a colleague at the city is just going to help run through the slides, and just to focus on this one, we've been made aware, we're in the middle of really just at the beginning in terms of the public part of the work that we're doing. Our firm was retained by the city through a competitive process to undertake a review of road allowances in the city of Port Colborne. And as such, we started out on a path of providing objective professional advice. And a little bit about our company, just for everyone's benefit. We're a planning and management firm out of Toronto, and been in business for around 10 years or so. And we do a lot of work around the province and nationally as well. All of it based on providing advice, a lot of it to municipalities on a range of issues, but including issues such as waterfront access and the public interest surrounding that. So that's who we are, and there's, you can find us on the web if you want to get a little bit more understanding of the work that we do. Now, if I could just ask to go to the next slide, that would be great. Thank you. So the purpose, I think, of this evening, if I can be as helpful as possible, is to recognize, firstly, that there has been some frustration indicated by members of the public as to how this study has been undertaken, how it's been commenced, and really just a desire to get more information about it. And I think that was triggered by one of our avenues of work, which is a survey that was targeted to a specific part of the city, that part of the city that has these road allowances which also function as informal beaches and beach access and access to the water. So pretty important aspect of community life, as well as throwing up a number of planning issues. But we certainly recognize people's questions and concerns. And so it was great that we have the opportunity to come out and, perhaps belatedly, but to begin that process of indicating to everybody what it is that we're doing, and more importantly, perhaps how we're doing it, so that we don't give the impression that anyone is being disenfranchised. Everyone's views to this, no matter how close you are to the issue physically, in terms of property ownership, but also your use of the Your use of the beach is important. So, firstly, just laying it out in terms of what we do. There were actually 8 road allowances that we are commissioned to look at, and I'll just read these off so we're clear on what's involved from west to east. So Lorraine Road, Weaver Road, Pinecrest Road, Cedar Bay Road, Silver Bay Road, Wildwood Road, Pleasant Beach Road, and a road that sort of isn't a road when you get down, it's more of a sand dune, but Holloway Bay Road, which is the location at the eastern end. So each of these, not all of these have any kind of controversy in terms of the management of the access and the number of people coming in and using the beaches. But if we're going to look at one, the decision was, and I think it was absolutely the right one, is to look at all of them together. And obviously, any advice that we give as to how you manage that road allowance down to the shoreline is going to be specific to each and every one of these. So that's important for everyone to. Next slide. Thank you. It's just some images. We were lucky enough to go down on a bit of a fact-finding tour. I've been a tourist, up and down this area for years, but hadn't had to professionally work for the city on this file. But this was coming down and looking at these particular sites. And what we've got here is I just want to relay some implications of these. These we call them road allowances rather than beaches simply because they're not managed as formal beaches in the city's parks and recreation infrastructure. Of course, however, they are rights of way. They are used by people, open to the public at large, per requirements of legislation. But more importantly, they're fantastic sites themselves. So, that the one at the top there is just a shot of actually from the right of way at Pleasant Beach Road, looking out into the property that's actually owned by Shirkston Shores. But to all intents and purposes, you can see the value of that vista and that opportunity for people, residents and others alike, to take advantage of those views. And then some of them differ. The one down at the bottom where you see the water channel, that's actually a Weaver, and that's more of a that is a functional element of drainage management next door to the road allowance, which is sort of just on the right side of the picture, but a very different scene. So any solution we come forward with is not going to be one where we come up with solutions for the sake of it or options. If it's not broken, we don't fix it. That's the mandate on a lot of this. And then the other image, the image to the left is simply that you have some vehicular gates in place already. Some of these are very much sort of winding trails down to the beach, and they have a very authentic nature to them. And then the one on the right side there, the large image, that's a particularly impressive location when you go down there. If you know Pinecrest, I believe I'm right in saying that's Pinecrest. You have a great sweep of view across the lake and across to Promontory, and it's just a fabulous site just to take in the views, if nothing else. So we just want to recognize that in doing this work, we are professional planners, as well as people that enjoy the environment as well. So what we're looking at these is not just real estate assets of the city, but active spaces that people use. So I think it was important just to get that point across. If I could just move on to the next slide. So in what we want to do this evening is sort of, communicate what the plan is. So everyone is at least clear, even if they don't perhaps agree with how we've done it so far, but everyone is at least clear that the method is designed to make sure that at the end of the process of studying those road allowances, we've actually made sure that everyone has an opportunity to voice their opinion and that we can take it on board. So the next few slides, I think, are very important. And I've just taken these directly from the work plan that we produced that was the basis for having the work awarded to us. So this is all about how we are actually doing the work. So, and I'll just read it for the sake of clarity. Our work plan started with, that the public and property stakeholder consultation is very important. There are a number of different perspectives that are relevant to creating a workable range of solutions for any of these road allowances in terms of their management of those spaces. And some of those groups are the public at large and beachgoers in general, adjacent property owners, which is where, as it relates to the survey, I think some of the issues have arisen from in the last couple of weeks. Potential commercial partners, meaning those that are involved in providing commercial tourist activities in and around some of these areas. Cottage owners as a distinct group, and I can give you a bit more detail on that, as well as council and of course management of the city. And I should just, for everyone's benefit, recognize that when we were putting a proposal together to do this work, the city made it very clear to us that consultation had to be full and comprehensive through this because of the importance of the issue, and that wasn't lost on us. And that's why we have written it this way, and then why we went into further detail. So let me just ask if we could go to the next slide, and I deal with each of these constituents in turn. So on that first one, the public at large and the beachgoers. So our approach to this was to make sure that the public at large is fully involved in this. However, because this is a study of road allowances rather than a citywide issue as it relates to the property related impacts, those living close by, what we did do is decide that it is important for us to get out there and survey the residents that are located close to the road allowances, and from that then engage in further public consultation that has to happen. So the city had produced a recreation parks and master plan. Now there's nothing really specific about the road allowances in there from what I could have a look at. I did have another quick look today, but that's in part because these are not formal beach spaces for the city. But the issue of trails and access and waterfront, these are all things which were clearly articulated by the public to the consulting firm that did that work. I thought it was a great document. And so we did come into this, I think, with a fairly good understanding that access to the waterfront, the shoreline, is not only really important for people, the residents of Port Colborne, but we know that it's important in Niagara region generally, and it's quite a well-known process of some of the municipalities, seeking to purchase waterfront lands as they come on stream, no pun intended, to be able to take advantage and improve the public amenity. So we were confident that although we had to get on with the research, we would be coming to the public and having good conversations. So the idea was initial range of solutions based on some of the research tasks that we had laid out, and then coming back to the public. And of course, it should and could be a very formal process where the public is given a full opportunity to comment on a range of solutions that are put on the table for each individual road allowance. And that actually lends itself in some ways to having what would have to be virtual these days, but Zoom meetings where we actually produce materials and the public is able to have a real-time discussion of their views on some of those items, but also their views in terms of some of the principles that are being discussed. So that was the public at large and the beachgoers. If we could go to the next slide. Thanks. So this is the one I think that caused a little bit of confusion, for which we do apologize if anyone has felt frustrated that there was something going on in terms of the survey, but it wasn't available to everybody equally. But the idea is, it's a standard sort of planning tool, is that, you know, we had the areas that were under discussion, which is really the road allowance at the beach, but also the road allowance going north, you know, where people park and so on and so forth. And how far do you move up that road? Well, we made a decision that there was going to be a zone, and we sort of wanted to include more rather than less, and arrived at roughly Highway 3. So a pretty large area, about 1,000 homes or properties involved in that list. And you know, one of the techniques is then you develop a survey that will allow property owners who can raise questions about not only their views about access, but are there any implications for their own residential amenity, meaning their enjoyment of the property? Are there any conflicts? And so on and so forth. So we developed that approach and then created an online survey for property owners. And because we know that a number of the property owners are based outside of the community, it was important that we enable them to receive that survey. So I'll address some issues of the particular concerns around getting mail to the US, but I think around 40% of the property owners in that zone had US addresses for purposes of receiving correspondence from the city. So a general sort of online approach, just putting it out there on social media and the city's website for a property survey that is, and remember this, is designed to be focused on a particular geographic area. The public consultation was this larger piece that would happen later. It is important that it went via mail. So that's why we adopted that approach. And as we say here, reinforced with an RSVP-based Zoom meeting to discuss the findings of the property owner survey engagement. So after we get these surveys back and we get some intelligence, we can then go back, certainly through a public process, to engage everybody, including the property owners as well. So I hope everyone would agree that it's a fairly in-depth approach we've taken. Next slide. So there are other groups. There is Shirkston Shores, and there are others in the area. There are some user groups, you know, people that use the water for recreational activities, and we wanted to make sure that we interview and get their views as to what the issues are, if any, and what might be lacking, or what their perception is in terms of what might be lacking on the public side of the road allowance. Then, of course, as I mentioned, the cottage owners were important, and we wanted to make sure that we accessed them, and hence we did so through our method. Next slide. So this one's a bit long, and I know council has it, and hopefully you've had a chance to read it, but it really rounds off the whole approach to our reporting, is that, you know, we're trying to create a range of solutions, policy-based, site-specific, maybe enforcement-based in terms of parking and public access. Could have an element of partnerships in terms of some of the services that might get provided. But this is the important point. It's there as a basis for meaningful and productive discussion with the property owners, but also the public at large as well. And so moving on to the second paragraph, the report, this is all from the work plan. The reporting phase will then absorb all of the preceding work and consultation into a report that covers all of the elements that relate to both near-term and longer-term planning for the road allowances. Once complete, the report will be shared with staff for initial review and revision as necessary. And then going forward from that, the reporting can then be provided to council and the public at a meeting, and ultimately prioritized actions communicated in terms of operational capital planning by the city, including development of partnerships, bylaws, and other commitments to effective management of the road allowances and the impacts of these informal public spaces on surrounding property interests, as well as the overall safety and enjoyment of the city by its residents and visitors. So just to summarize the work plan involved making sure that we will communicate and get feedback from property owners, the public at large, and beachgoers in general, as well as commercial interests, and of course, cottagers as a discrete group that may not even reside in Ontario. So that's what we did. It's a lot to digest, and I'd be happy to take questions. But before that, I just want to respond to a couple of the questions that came across my desk based on some emails to members of council and to staff. So there's about 4 or 5 points. So let's just deal firstly with US residents filling out the survey. So there has been a delay. We're told possibly up to 5 weeks. That was from a resident in the States who had just anecdotally told us that there have been significant delays. That was made known to us after the survey had gone out, and eventually that mail will arrive. But of course, you would be disappointed if the survey had closed at that point. So, whether the survey letters, which have the link, arrive soon or are significantly delayed to those addresses in the US, we need to address it, and there's a couple of ways to do it, and we can talk about that. But one would be extend the date of the survey completion from January the 22nd to a reasonable date. The other one is obviously to publicize the web link as well, so that you don't need a letter, you just need to get the word out that those on the US side of the border can fill out the survey. So that one is important, and we recognize the importance of the US base. The other question, one other sort of related question, is why are we surveying over Christmas? And again, that's a good observation, and we do a lot of surveys in the work that we do, and ordinarily you would not survey over a holiday period. You would not survey the public or host public meetings in July or August, because people are distracted, they have other things on their minds. Notwithstanding that it is a year affected by the pandemic when there is less travel. The primary reason was that we needed to get on with this project because we want to be able to provide some policy advice prior to next beach season this year, 2021. But more importantly, this was, again, just to remind everyone, this was not a general public survey, not intended to be. And it was designed to be focused on those property owners. And so typical to the method that you follow, that goes out to those particular property owners by way of a letter. So notwithstanding the complication of the US border and not getting those letters to those members, the fact of we're not going to miss people if they receive the letter, whether it's Christmas or not. So I recognize the question, but we had thought about it, and I think there's no issue. As I said, the only thing that we probably should do is make sure that we're we don't have a hard deadline for completion of the survey. So push it out by a couple of weeks if that's necessary. Council can throw in their view on that as well, but I think we need to work with people given the complexity of the current economy. Another question that came out was one particular observation was you can only fill out one of these surveys. You can only do it once, and then you can't fill it out a second time. What that actually is, meaning there was a household where there were 2 people that wanted to express different views on these issues. Normally, we wouldn't expect households to be divided on issues of, residential amenity, property amenity, but that's neither here nor there. If people want to fill out the survey twice, the reason we limit it, as we do in many such surveys, is simply to limit it to that particular device. In other words, it is in the rare occurrence that somebody can go on and fill out the survey multiple times and potentially swing the results. So say there was that intention, we want to typically avoid that. And to the extent that a survey like this that is geared to property owners in the area, every survey that we do, we ask ourselves the internal question, should we or should we not have that limiter on? So we've left that limiter on. So if there's a second device in the home, then the survey can be filled out by another person. But that again is the the reason for us effectively limiting the survey to get, one opinion from the household, but more importantly, to avoid any abuse of the survey. And I'm not suggesting people are going to abuse it, but it's a standard practice so that we can all have confidence in the results. The next item was some consideration that, and again, because of the confusion that perhaps we caused with this, and again, there's certainly no intention to do that, that maybe the city has already made up its mind it's going to do something with these rights of way that might involve, loss of public access, sale, or whatever it might be. And I just want to sort of give you an indication of the value of doing this kind of survey. So one of the questions at the end, the last question, asks for each of the road areas, what would you consider to be appropriate? And there's some options: fencing, maintain the current policy of vehicular gates, adding more parking, selling the road allowance lands at the shore to private owners. That was one category. And then partial sale, but retain emergency access and pedestrian access, or creating public parks. The results are provided for each individual road allowance, but I can tell you that as of today, mid-survey, the number of people in percentage terms that have indicated sell the road allowance, for example, is minuscule. It's less than 2% generally. So that, to me, demonstrates the value of the survey, right? This is going to be something that is going to be, to another question that was asked, will you be able to see the results of the survey? Absolutely. We can provide the full results. We obviously are going to write our interpretation from those survey results, but I think everyone should have the right to see the results of their efforts. So that was an important aspect, I think. Just to sort of reiterate that the survey tool that we have, that people have been concerned about, is but one element of the process here. It's an important element, and going forward, we want to have that survey focused on the area residents principally. But I do understand that people from outside of the area have wanted to weigh in and have been filling out the survey. And I think my only advice at this point is the last thing we want to do is stifle anyone's opinion. But if you are doing that and you're providing your view, notwithstanding the questions that are very specific to where you live in the area, if you still want to go in and talk about what you'd like to see happen with these road allowances, just please write in your actual address, because then we can at least understand that we can separate the views of those that are closest to the right of way from those that are outside. And it does make a difference. There is a public amenity as well as a private amenity side to this debate. So that's really all I wanted to say at this point, Mr. Mayor. I'd be happy to field any questions that any members of council have.
Great, Jonathan. Thank you for the presentation. Before I take questions from council, I'm just going to go to our CIO, Mr. Louie, with regards to his thoughts on behalf of staff with regards to an extension on the survey. Mr. Louie?
Sure. Through your worship to council, I appreciate the insight that Mr. Hack had on the issue of the American addresses and the my first time hearing it, 5-week delay in mail getting to cottage owners who reside in the United States. I have a few people who reached out to me who reside in America, particularly over the holidays. They've heard on Facebook or from email conversations with Canadians that the survey is taking place, and they've said that they haven't received it. A couple of them are watching for me. I get an email every day or a couple of days that says whether or not the letter has showed up or not showed up. And I think we can sort of use, once I have some confirmation from those folks that they are getting the letter, we can use that as a sort of proxy for how long it's taking for those letters to reach, and extend the survey deadline, the amount of time to complete, by the same amount of time. So where we sit right now, 2 or 3 weeks, I'd almost tend towards the middle of February, February 10th or 15th, if John agrees. And if council approves that, we can leave the survey open and make sure that we give everybody ample time to complete the actual task of answering the questions.
Okay. Just before I take questions, John, is that fine if we go to the middle of February? Is that doable at this time?
Yes, it is, Your Worship. And I would just sort of just add that one of the over the Christmas period, one of the chair of the Property Owners Association of Pleasant Beach reached out to me with that indication of some of the challenges in getting mail to the US. And so we emailed the link to her. And so to the extent her association covers a number of the US residents, they will have by now received the link to the survey. But I'm in full agreement with Mr. Lewis' opinion that going, as far as February the 15th, I think is certainly suitable.
Okay, thank you, because I think there, and as the CAO indicated, there probably is a bit of a caveat there, because he will keep track through those that have contacted him in case it needs to be extended, but we've got another meeting at the end of this month that we can do it anyways if he's finding people still aren't receiving it. So is that a good general consensus with council? Is that fine to initially go to the 15th of February and have Scott keep track? Is that okay with everybody? Just give me a wave if that's all right. Okay, that seems fine. Any questions on that portion, just on the 15th, with a caveat that Scott keeps an eye on it? Okay, that's good consensus from council. So, Mr. CAO, as long as make sure staff and obviously John knows that because he's here. Going to general questions. Please raise your hand for those that want to ask a question. I have Councillor Beauregard.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Hack. If a respondent puts in their address as you recommended that they do, because you can go through and segregate the sample properly. If they put in their address, their responses will still be confidential, correct? Like you won't be able to associate, like the general public who reviews the statistics won't be able to associate their answers to themselves, to that address, correct?
John?
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Beauregard, yes, absolutely. It's very important that the responses are aggregated rather than disaggregated. So there would be no, even when we produce the results as a package, the individual responses would be analyzed so that we're making sure that there's no association with a particular address. Absolutely, it's very important that we do that so everyone has full confidence that they can offer their opinions with the assurance that nothing will be put out in the public realm.
Okay, Councillor?
Yes, and another question, how many people have responded to the survey today?
John?
I'm going to let my colleague, who you haven't met, Ira, answer that. I asked him to come along to the meeting, so Ira, if you could.
I believe it was the 575.
And how many are we aiming for in terms of sample size?
I'll address that. These are opinion surveys. It's targeted to a geographic area. We've got a very large number. I think we're going to need to, as I said, sort of re-emphasize again to people who maybe aren't living in the area but really felt that they wanted to have their voice heard. If you've already filled out the survey, leave it at that. But if anyone else put their information in if they're outside of the area. And the reason that's important, Councillor, is that we will want to be able to look at the results from people within a certain distance of the road allowances where, cars do park and people do come past their driveways and so on, versus those that live outside of the area. In terms of sample size, as you probably know, generally in the sort of 400 range will give you sufficient confidence that your answers can be representative. But as you probably also are aware, that really does depend on the nature of the question as well. If the question is particularly complicated, or if it's such as like, what's your name? My name is, it's not going to get replicated across the survey to the same degree. So there are a few questions where we could absolutely say, yeah, this has got great statistical accuracy, and there'd be others where I think we would not be able to. But I think if you leave it with us, what we'll do is we'll make sure when we write this up that we take into account all of those aspects.
Counselor?
Yes. Yes, thanks for that. And definitely the larger the sample size, the better, the more statistical accuracy there'll be if we go into the subgroups. So I look forward to that. My last question is, when do you expect to have the findings and the final report come to council?
That's a good question. So as there are a number of different work streams going on, so as you know, there is the good old-fashioned planning analysis as well, and that we are land use planners, and we're looking at these as pieces of the public realm, and how do we improve some of them. Some of these sites, just to one member who was in touch with us today, a member of the public, who said, for his particular area, he wasn't sure there was an issue. So was there some public information about what the problems were? So some of these road allowances will not have much for us to comment on in terms of how the city should function. Others, like Pleasant Beach Road, that's where we're going to spend quite a bit of time providing some advice. Once we get through the survey, I think we're going to start to put the solutions in place very quickly. Probably still not draft a letter though, because I think, as you saw from my methodology that we put out there, I want to come back to the public and have that meeting and say that this is kind of the bookends that we've come up with, and are we passing the smell test of the public on some of these things. Once we get through that meeting, so let's say that meeting is, let's say it's before March break. We could then move because if the survey goes to February the 15th, let's just say by the end of February, we have that meeting. I think we could move very quickly, so that by the time people are, council has to really consider getting some infrastructure in place and some decisions made about bylaws and things of that nature, that you'll have a report in hand that's been vetted through Mr. Louis and colleagues at the city. So. Early, I would say mid-spring would be what you're looking at.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you, Councillor. So far I have Councillor, next would be Councillor Bodnar, then Councillor Wells, then Councillor Clayliff. Anyone else have questions? Councillor Bruno is 5. Anyone else? Okay, Councillor Bodnar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the presenter. John, just go through again, please, how people north of Highway 3 can be involved in this. Would it go on our website? Where's the link that they're going to actually be able to do a survey, or do they just email their concerns in? How does that physically happen?
John?
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. I'll answer it, and maybe we could also, if Scott wants to weigh in on this, because we did sort of just discuss it briefly. But I guess there's, I don't think we're naive enough to say we're going to stick to the methodology. If you live north of Highway 3, do not do this survey. If the link is out there in some way and people want to fill it in, they're going to find that the first few questions, it's going to be difficult for them to fill in relation to a piece of land that's a long way away from where they live. But they can still do it. They can still get through the survey, and they can register their opinion. Again, at the risk of sounding like a broken record, but it's important for us. We need to get accuracy of where people live. Fill in your address, so that we're not going to discount the results, but we need to be able to have an accurate relationship for that particular survey between, which property you're speaking about and the road allowance at the beach. That's important. If the link can be, if the link is now published or available, I think maybe we open it up for people to do it on a system that I suggested that is done. Other than that, I don't recommend a separate survey at this point for the public at large. Just follow our methodology that once we have the results of the survey, we're going to come back with a structured Zoom public meeting that will allow people to weigh in and give us their opinions in real time. And that can involve, as you know, from using Zoom, perhaps we can actually do surveying of people in real time using that public forum. So that's what I would suggest at this point.
Counselor?
Sure. Thank you. Through Mr. Mayor to John. So I'll just make a statement that while we certainly want this to come to an end at some point, I don't think we should rush it if we get into a situation where we have to take another month or something. I mean, we'd like to do maybe some things this summer, but it wouldn't be disastrous if we need to, do it right and get all the info we need. So I, for one, won't be holding you to a deadline if we need a little more time to get it right. Thank you.
Good, thank you, Counselor. Next I have Counselor Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to John. Thanks for the presentation, John. In relationship to the availability of the survey results, since there are a number of different portions or pieces to this puzzle, will you be making available the results of each piece individually? And if so, when those are available, are we okay to publish those on our website?
John?
Through you, Your Worship. I think the answer is yes to that, if I understand it correctly. You are, Councillor, suggesting that by road allowance we publish the results? Was that what I understood?
Counselor Wells?
That is correct. Yes, that's correct, Mr. Mayor. The other aspect on that, though, was will you be publishing those results as they become available, or will you be holding them all until the final result?
John?
Yeah, holding them until the final result, for sure. Not a good idea to just dribble stuff out. I think, the statistic I gave you tonight about the preponderance of people that might be looking for one solution versus another is really just to help those people that are worried about preemptive conclusions from the study, but in fact the survey can help do the opposite to that. So no, I think it's important that once given that there is a clear public concern to make sure this is done properly and that there's transparency. Once we conclude the survey, so say it's February the 15th, it's very important, as you say, to have the results broken down for the particular road allowance, because it's going to be different by every road allowance. We can get that out and that can be published, but let's do it at that point rather than now, for example.
Counselor?
Thank you. I have a couple other questions. With regards to the situation, I have been advised that there have been some people that have been able to fill out the survey actually into the double digit numbers. Should we be doing any thing to try to corral this at this point in time? I.e., should we put on our website a notice that if you've submitted a survey, please let us know your address, or just so that we can confirm the actual audience that we have received the survey results from, and also that maybe there's an opportunity here for us to go the second round on that survey to encourage more people to participate in it. And that may be more directed towards Scott rather than towards you, John.
Yeah.
Scott, you want to comment? I want John to go first and I'll follow up.
Yeah.
Okay, you want to go? Yeah, okay.
You.
Go ahead, John.
Yeah, sorry, I was struggling with the mute button for some reason there. I think, if you've heard anecdotally that the same person has registered a result, a dozen times, that, and I'd asked Ira maybe to unmute here as well. I think, we have a limit so that on any one IP address, you can only do it once. So that's either using different machines or they have a level of technical capability that's sophisticated. I'm not sure, but I think at this point, if people are going to fill out the survey because they have an interest to, I think we should allow them to do that. But recognize that the nature of this survey, if you look at it, it's not asking about the general public's view. It's asking about the view of the property owners on this. So, I don't want to sort of encourage people to fill out the survey who may live out of the city and then have them get frustrated with that particular survey instrument that wasn't designed for that. As I mentioned, our methodology is very, very clear. Once we're through with that and we understand what property owners are saying, we can then have a broader public conversation that can include everybody else. And at that point, I'll leave it and maybe let Scott talk about the efficacy of some other vehicle as well.
Scott?
Yeah, through your worship to Councillor Wells, I'm not sure I 100% understand the question, but to the extent that I think I do, I guess on the one hand, it's disappointing to hear that some people are trying to skew the results, and I think there's eventually a point where statistically, we might have to eventually throw out the survey. I don't think we'll get there, but if we have 1,200 results for 1,000 homes, it ends up being taxpayers' money, city money down the drain. So I really hope the community isn't sabotaging the efforts to get valuable input. I've had a lot of people saying, how do I make my voice heard? And really, the way you make your voice heard is by completing the survey the way it was intended to. I guess if that kind of abuse continues, we'll have to sort of caucus with staff and the consultants and see if we need to throw out the results of the survey or start with a new survey and try to get the appropriate results the second time. But I really want to sort of resuscitate or salvage this survey. And I want to echo Jonathan's comments, which are the survey, and I know it was poorly received by some people in that there were some comments received by city staff about why there isn't a broader group of people allowed to participate. And really those questions, and I'll encourage you to go through, I don't think I shared it yet, but I have a printout of the survey, so you don't even need to go onto the internet for council members to see the questions that we're asking. They're questions like, has your driveway been blocked by parked vehicles? Have you had experiences with litter? Have you had experiences with people's behavior? And these questions are designed to get a feel for the experience of the local resident. And the questions aren't particularly relevant to someone from Bethel, north of Highway 3, or someone from downtown Port Colborne, or Westwood, or somebody from out of town, Welland or Niagara Falls or St. Catharines, who's a beach user. There will be, and I'm just echoing what Jonathan's already said, there will be those opportunities to provide that input as we move through this process. But the survey is designed to get that user experience or that local resident experience. And I think it does do a good job of that if it's used properly.
Councillor Wells?
Thanks, Scott. One final question here, and this is directed through you, Mr. Mayor, to John. Because there are a number of different parts to this puzzle, as I said, can you identify sort of the sequence of what is going to happen from now until the final input session is and final outlay of the results are?
Yeah.
John?
Yeah, through your worship. Yeah, happy to. Thank you for the question. So survey complete, let's say February 15th. We'll spend a day or so just, making sure those results can be published. So to Councillor Beauregard's point, not having any individual results leak out, but have it as an aggregate. That will be useful. Then we would itemize our work is ongoing in terms of looking at this as planning solutions, the road width, the urban realm, parking spaces, possibility for amenities, you know, the suitability for that in one area versus another. If we look at Weaver, you know, I was down there. If I was looking at it from the point of view of if I were a family coming down there through this right of way, would I have any concerns about the drainage channel and things of that nature? So there'll be a number of things that we would comment on. The survey comes in. We've talked to people, some of the commercial interests. We will then lay out in a format, as I said, the bookends of solutions, and then facilitate a public meeting. Let's say, you know, around sort of mid-March time. That would then, after that, we would be able to write it up in terms of our recommendations, a slate of preferred solutions for the right-of-ways as a whole, and present it back to staff. And if Scott and colleagues, you know, planning and community services and ECDev are happy with what they see, it would then go to council. But so it will have already been through a second round of public consultation by that point.
Councillor?
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Good, thank you. Councillor Clayliff?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, can you hear me?
Sure can.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Jonathan. Just a quick question. I just wondered, you said you've had 575 replies. What was the number of surveys that were sent out via mail? Do you have that?
Jonathan?
Yes, through you, Your Worship. Yeah, I don't have a precise number, but I would be, unless Ira, you have the number there, but I think it was probably about 1,050, something like that.
I don't have the exact number on me, but that is, I think that's close to it.
Yeah.
Good, that's good to know. Thank you.
Is that it, Councillor? Yeah, okay. I have Councillor Bruno, then I'll go back to Councillor Bodnar. Councillor Bruno?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Jonathan, for the excellent report. Jonathan, I want to drill down into something that maybe it's a joint answer between you and the CAO. We've concentrated on the survey and the public input. We've concentrated on, you know, what this will do perhaps for this coming summer beach season. And you alluded earlier on to having looked at the Tourism Master Plan Parks and Rec report. And what I want to know is, upon the completion of gathering all the public input and collating that and distilling it, where will that intersect? And I'm going to use an example with this, with staff, outside agencies, i.e. emergency, EMS, things like that. The reason I ask the question is I've seen before where the post-public input didn't end up intersecting with other tourism master plans and report. And the example I'll use is a place near us where there was great import on the road allowances and their benefit as a tourism entity. And there was that level of public support that the council wanted to indeed enhance that. What it failed on was that it really looked at it in isolation from operations at the city, i.e. So, you know, if you've got 2 public beaches now and 5 of the 8 want to have, you know, it more available to recreate, of course, that's all fine and dandy. But if you're, you know, sending folks around and maintaining 5 66-foot wide entities while you're still trying to do 2 beaches, it becomes obviously a little unruly in a 90-day kind of season, if you will. So can you tell me and those listening, what will happen with your findings on the public survey as it interfaces with Tourism Master Plan, Parks and Rec, and staff? And perhaps that's a Scott duty. Thank you.
Start with Jonathan.
Thanks. Yes. So it's a great question. So, you know, our experience it cuts into tourism, into parks and rec, and onto operational matters. So we tend to come at these things with that lens. So we don't usually come out so effusive that there are great things you can do. Build a pier, it'll be fine. 7 piers out there. We're not going to do that. But we're going to recognize that there is an integration to be had. A couple of these road allowances lend themselves very nicely to just the most sort of subtle public realm enhancements, just to make them a little bit more appealing. And you've got cycle networks, you've got all sorts of things. So we are going to have that approach, but I don't think it's for us to come in and back the city into a corner and say, you must do this. I think there's a range of things. One could be confirming an approach that you've taken on bylaws, recognizing that the residents are either happy or not so happy with the gate control, mechanisms and things of that nature as it relates to vehicles. Recognize that these are open road allowances, right? They're not closed. So that there is a duty to provide the appropriate access. And then there are these strategic considerations, such as these are fabulous spots. I mean, this is Caribbean when you go down there on a day and you see white sand and turquoise water. And so is there something that the city should be doing with its nodes of these vistas that are created? So yeah, there's absolutely a tourism approach. It's important not to be short-sighted in any of these solutions. So hopefully that's what we'll be able to bring back to the discussion in due course.
Scott, do you have anything to add?
Through your worship to Councillor Bruno, I think that's exactly why we're here. These 8 road allowances to varying degrees are tremendous community assets. One of the hardest things, and for the years that I've worked here and the many years that you've been on council as a group, the collective you have been on council, one of the hardest things we do is reconcile the recreational use with the residential use. And the residential use is divided into 2 components. Further, that's the people who have private beach access in front of their homes and cottages, and the folks who are a little bit up the road allowance who enjoy the 66 feet. Depends how you look at it. On the one hand, you can sort of say we only have 66 feet. We bring down a lot of people, and all of a sudden there's that reconciliation exercise. There's also garbage and security and parking and all of the issues that come with it. The flip side of that coin is we have 66 feet of beach. It's an asset that people can use and enjoy and come down and get access to the lake where otherwise they can't. In terms of economic development, there's interest groups that enjoy these accesses, such as the kite surfers and wind surfers that are well known in some of the beach areas. Ice fishing in the winter time. It's an amazing city asset that we have. It's just going through this exercise of making sure that the assets are used appropriately for all stakeholders. And I think that's why the exercise that we're going through considers all of those diverse stakeholder groups. So the comment is, I think staff have a good handle on sort of the importance of this to council, and the consulting company does too, and we want to do a good job of bringing council back the most suitable recommendations for all of the stakeholders.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I like that. I want to keep that balance between, access and not overcapacitating. So thank you.
Good, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bodnar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to, this may be Scott, but I'll let John chime in if he wants to. But Harry and I are getting a lot of emails and phone calls, and maybe other councillors are too. And part of it is from people, at least myself, that are not necessarily south of Highway 3, but still use these road allowances. And if I forward an email to the city that I've gotten, what are we doing with those? Can we be assured that they're going to be compiled by somebody, and the views that are coming through that way, while it may not be on a survey, are actually gathered somehow and make it into the mix of thoughts on this.
Scott, you want to start?
Sure. Through your worship to Councillor Bonner, that's a great question. So there are some folks who are reaching out to council members directly, to me directly, or a combination of those by CCing a number of people on an email message. And I am trying to reply to all of those. There is a certain amount of letters that have been copied. People are sending the same letter to try to influence the outcome of this. I don't know how to say this. I hope this doesn't come across as insensitive as it sounds like it's going to. This isn't the time for that yet. The best way to influence the outcome of the exercise is by completing the survey. It's not time to be a delegate to council yet. It's not time to email your council member and say, don't do this or do this. The survey and the public meetings is step one. However, the clerk's office has committed to keeping track of everyone who reaches out to the clerk's office, so to the city. So we won't know if this goes to an individual council member, but to the extent that the clerk's office is emailed about when is this coming back before council, we'll keep a database and we'll make sure that those people are notified. We also have every intention of doing as much public awareness of this issue being back in the council chambers and the public meetings. So I think in terms of process, we heard today, there's going to be some public meetings coming up over Zoom, virtual meetings. We're going to administer those as best as we can. And then we're eventually going to have a final report before council. So my commitment to council is to use our communication staff here at the office to make sure we get the word out as well as possibly can be done. And again, to keep that list of people in the clerk's office who wish to be informed when this is back before council.
Thank you, Scott. Jonathan, anything to add? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Yes. Just to agree with Scott that I know it's people naturally want to get their points across, particularly if there's any anxiety about a study which they weren't necessarily aware of. But I think it is important to hold your powder a little bit and recognize that you can get some issues out on the table, and then come along to the public meeting that will be advertised. And if there's an email address that we have on file, or if Ms. Lapointe has as a result of collecting the information, so much the better. We can make sure that they are given full information as to when that meeting will happen. And then when, as I said, go back to what I was saying, when we've bookended the options and we've given our opinion on what we think should happen, people can obviously weigh in again. And that typically would be through a comments form of some kind, as well as in real time survey questions that we do put forward sometimes on Zoom. So whilst I recognize everyone's concern, I think once we get through this process, there's going to have been good opportunity for public review, even before it comes back to you as members of council as a final document to look at.
Good, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just a little clarity here, and it might just be the speech thing. I kind of like what Scott's saying more than John's saying. And the word I'm keying in on is Scott used meetings with an S and John uses meeting. I just want to be assured if we need more than one meeting, there's going to be more than one meeting. So
yeah,
am I correct on that, John?
Well, yeah, I will check what our work plan said. As consultants, we view the world as in terms of the commitments that we make via a work plan. But I think just to get serious about it, if there is a desire for meetings as opposed to meeting, that's fine. That can affect work plan. I've got to be honest, because when we have multiple meetings with the same product, you're usually asking different constituent groups what they think. If you're talking about multiple meetings with the public at large, then normally what you're doing is you're taking a product and you're changing it, and then you're coming back and you're changing it again in relation to people's input. If you're doing it in good faith, and that can change the nature of the work plan. That's all I would say.
Fair enough. Thanks.
Good. Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Beauregard, then I have Councillor Bagu. Councillor Beauregard?
Through you to, through your worship to Mr. Hack, going back to the part of the discussion where we're talking about the sample being skewed because of multiple people answering the survey multiple times, can we, in a way to prevent that and throwing away the whole sample and everything that you've done up to now, which would be awful, can we not just make it mandatory that the participant enter their address prior to getting to the substantive questions? That's all.
Jonathan?
Can I ask Ira to tell us collectively how that issue of address and progress through the survey, aside from the finding another machine to do the same survey again, can you just walk everyone through that? That would be great, Ira.
Yeah, the survey asks for your address very early on, and it's a mandatory question. Somebody could conceivably just go on Google Maps and put an address that's not theirs. But then we would hopefully be able to identify any duplicates. So we would be able to kind of analyze the results that way. But yes, they have to enter an address in order to complete the survey.
Okay. Councillor?
Thank
Thank you. Yeah. Then when you do the analytics, it'll be easy to filter out any duplicate responses. So that's all that matters. Thanks.
Good. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bagu?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Since we started asking questions to the CAO, I figured this one was for him. First, a comment. I was sort of surprised I got the first email regarding the survey. I knew some sort of survey was going out, but I had no idea when it was going out and by who. As a counselor, I should have known that ahead of time. The other thing is, can we not put the scope of this survey on our city website? Maybe the CEO and John can work together, but in plain language, put out to the public what we're doing right now, because what's going to happen before the end of this week, before it hits the local newspaper next week, there's going to be all kinds of emails flying around again. And I do appreciate the CEO for responding to emails on his holidays. Better him than me. But is it possible we could put out on our website with our acting corporate communications? There's nothing on there today. I'm just wondering to put the whole scope, what we're going to do, explain it all. It would make it so much easier for the public to understand what you're going to do. Not everybody's going to watch this on Zoom or YouTube or whatever. So I just wonder if that's possible to Mr. CAO.
Scott?
Sure. Through your worship to Councillor Bagu, I'm going to try to answer everything, and I hope I get it in, it might not be in the right order, but the first question I think was around why wasn't council aware? And that's a great question. It's a fair question. I wasn't aware myself. We actually, I don't touch everything that goes out of City Hall. I did approve the survey questions when they were sent to me from the consulting firm and from staff. I didn't know that it was going out. I think we mailed it between December 8th and December 18th by the time that the address list was compiled and so on. I talked a little bit to the ward councillors about this, and I guess it's tough to, it's a hard thing for staff to know what exactly council needs to know. So for example, this same consulting company was awarded another job at the city, which is the Marina Business Plan. And as that job rolled out and unfolded, we didn't share that work plan with council members, and it also didn't attract as much attention as this attracted. And it's hard to know in advance how much attention something's going to attract. However, this is a lightning rod issue. It has been in council chambers for 3 or 4 or 5 years, and probably longer than that. And yeah, according to the mayor, longer than that. And I probably should have made sure that council got a heads up on that. And I will apologize for that and take that back to staff and make sure that council is getting that awareness. The second component, I'll answer in 2 parts, which was about the website and so on. I'm not trying to sound insensitive. I'm not trying to sound like the city doesn't value the opinion of everyone who's a stakeholder, but this survey was very much targeted to a particular group of people who had a particular experience with being close to the beach. And for that reason, it wasn't broadly marketed that it was going on. The letter was the marketing. So for example, on our city website, we are doing some surveying around customer service and the customer service experience that people are having when they deal with the city. Whether it's a building permit, a water meter, any kind of customer service issue. And that is being marketed because it's for everyone. What we didn't want to do is confuse people by marketing a survey that they weren't meant to participate in. And that's the reason it wasn't on the website up until recently. Now, you did say that it wasn't on the website today. I did ask staff to put it on, and it looks like something was posted on Thursday the 7th under news and notices about the road allowance study. That I understand that's not front and center. I think we also did some social media communication around the survey. We wanted to make sure people were aware that the survey, that we were aware of the concerns that were out in the community, and make sure that people were aware that we were going to address it in my emails back to public that you've referenced. I always told people that this council meeting was going to be taking place and that the consultant would be presenting to council. So we are now, I guess, righting what would have been a wrong by not having that information available to the entire public, and it is on the city's website. I can make sure tomorrow when I'm talking to communication staff that we make sure it's front and center, so you'll be able to find it when you go on the website. As you've said, you weren't able to see it today, so I'll make sure that that's addressed.
Counselor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, that's all.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, seeing none. Jonathan, Ira, thank you very much. That was very in-depth on this. We really appreciate it, and we look forward to this coming to a head here at council, and we can move forward with the beach issue, or road end issue, actually. They're not, technically they're not beaches, as the CAO is always telling us. So again, thank you guys, appreciate it. So next we have staff member Bill Myers, supervisor of customer service. He's going to give us an overview of what's been going on. And we're just bringing Bill up now.
Hey everyone.
There we go. Hello Bill, how are you?
Doing pretty good.
Good. Go ahead.
All right. Let's just get this presentation up here. Are we able to see the presentation okay?
Are you expecting it to be on the screen, Bill?
I am.
Not yet.
Council, while Bill starts the presentation, it might just take a couple of minutes. I'll just let everyone know that this is the last presentation in our modernization presentation series. You were very lenient with the money you provided with the projects that we had conducted in the last year, so we've kept you up to date with presentations as we go forward. So Bill is here today just to tell you what we've done, how it's finished up, and even though the project is kind of coming to a close, there's still parts of that project that are still ongoing next year. They're just different departments will be working on them. So yeah, it'll just be a couple more minutes and he'll get the presentation up. Bill, just let us know if it's not working on your end, and we have it here as well. We can play.
All right, we might have to go with that. I'm sorry about that. All right, thanks everybody. Yes, just as Amber had mentioned before, I just wanted to provide council and the public as well with just another update to the customer relationship management project. Again, this was the projects that were funded out of the modernization grant received by the city. Just wanted to highlight some of the projects that have been done this year and provide everybody with a quick little overview. If we go to the next slide. Yeah, so quick agenda. We're going to cover all just a year in review, all the projects that were funded out of the modernization grant. We'll put a little bit of focus on the website. I know we had, as a group, met before the website itself was launched, and you had the opportunity to see the website and provide some feedback. Some of those changes we were even able to make with the website before we went live. So we'll cover that in a little bit more detail. We'll also talk about citywide application, our service requests and work order software, just kind of talk about what we've done. And finally, I would just talk about the next steps for the CRM project itself. Again, this was a project that was planned out for the year 2020. And we'll talk about what the next steps look like, how we look to formally close out this project and start the planning process for 2021 and beyond. If we go to the next slide. So a year in review, and it's obviously been quite the year. We've gone through a lot of change, and and one of the projects that we got to pretty early on was the implementation of Citywide and its maintenance manager module. So this is the component of the Citywide software that we talk about as service requests and work orders. Since we went live in June, 3,795 service requests and 702 work orders. And the fact that we're here and able to talk about just those figures, it's been incredible to see staff buying in, and with everything that's been going on in the world, just the fact that we've had a software like this in place. I think about even as we've moved through COVID and the work environment that's created for staff. And for example, with the call center and being able to transfer out calls, and actually not being able to do that with people working remotely, the fact that we've been able to create service requests and send them out that staff are able to access from wherever they're working from, it's just been an incredibly valuable tool, and being able to track the metrics. A huge accomplishment. Even thinking back to the very beginning, we mapped out, sitting down with a lot of time with engineering and operations, a lot of and time with parks as well. Just mapping out close to 1,200 individual business processes and how we translated that into work order processes. It was a big undertaking, and we only look to continue to improve that moving forward. Live answering phones. We are incredible customer service team on the first floor. What a year it's been. 14,115 total phone calls received by the call center. And we've still, that team comes into work, into the office every day, and every day downstairs answering calls from the public, especially with everything that's been going on. I couldn't have asked for, just a dedicated team, and really proud of how we've been able to adapt to live answering phones. And not just that, but also still able to continue juggling all the other tasks that everybody downstairs is working on. 14,000 calls. So, what a year it's been with that change. The modernization grant funded the corporate rebrand as well. The redesign of our website was funded out of the modernization grant as well. Again, another just incredible project to be a part of. It really having to engage with staff across the entire organization. Huge undertaking. Staff should be incredibly proud of what we were able to accomplish with redesigning that website, and how we were able to stay on track, especially with everything that was going on in the world with COVID. The City Hall redesign concept was funded out of the project as well. We funded some IT infrastructure improvements, Cradle Point, which is a network backup for the city, the purchasing of hardware, much needed hardware that was needed, and integrating the VPN network between city facilities, specifically Vail. We had the Office 365 migration that we had just gone through. That was funded out of the grant. We've also, staff have been working on improving our customer service policy, and beginning to look at training to do with staff around customer service, because it's not just an investment in hardware, IT, or software systems. It's at its core, it's training staff to make sure we're providing good customer service. There was the introduction of a customer satisfaction survey so that we could receive valuable feedback from the public, our customers, and make sure that we're able to take that feedback and relay it back to staff. We had separate from the modernization grant, but kind of within the same umbrella of this project, the city also undertook a service delivery review with consultation with KPMG, and that report was brought to council as well. If we could go to the next slide. So our website, everybody was aware that the city has gone live with the new website. We had launched the website and gone live with it on December 15th. We're continuing to train staff as far as staff that are going to be the content editors for the website. We're still continuing to circle back and make sure that, I'm sure a lot of people are finding, it's one thing to be sitting on a Zoom call or a Teams meeting and receive online training on how to do something. And maybe that training happens a few months before you're actually in practice updating the website or doing whatever you're working on. What we're trying to do now is circle back and make sure that specifically what staff need to do to update their sections of the website, they're a little more personalized training, make sure that the content specific to them and what those users specifically need to know in order to update their sections of the website. We're also continuing to build on the and work towards establishing the governance structure around the new city website. So what I really mean by that is establishing those key roles on which staff within each individual department are responsible for updating their sections of the website, and ensuring that governance and is in place, so that it can be used as a tool to support any sort of customer service policy that would kind of dictate what the expectations are around making sure that the content on the website is updated frequently and is current and is maintained and taken care of. So with the website, council had the opportunity to see the website before we went live. We were able to receive some feedback on some changes that we're able to make before we went live. And you saw different sections of the website. If we could go to the next slide. Such as our homepage. We were able to take some of the feedback that was received, such as making the request a service button a lot more visible on the homepage. So we included that up in the top vertical of the homepage. And you'll also see when you're going to portcolborne.ca now, there's been some polishing up of the rotating banner on the homepage as well. So making sure that images are appearing on there properly on the mobile device and on the desktop. So if we could go to the next slide. You also had the opportunity to see the request a service page. To date, we have received about 20 service requests through our online form. And as we move into January and we start to implement some of the communication strategy around promoting this request a service page, it's been great to see that even without promoting the request a service functionality, that we've still had our customers be able to find this page and take advantage of it. So, really excited to see how the communication strategy on promoting this will translate to hopefully increased use of our request a service page. If we can go to the next slide. You're also introduced to the new and updated council calendar that's visible on our new website. This council calendar integrates with eScribe, which I'm sure everybody here is very familiar with now. And it'll be, it's just great to see that we have the council calendar in place. It's going to be a tool that makes finding council resources a lot easier and more streamlined for the public. It's really excited to see how this functionality on the website is received. If we could go to the next slide. We've seen that we've also updated the registration pages for how our customers and the public are able to register for Port Colborne recreational programming through our Participate page. The Participate page, as we had previously discussed, we did receive clarification that section of the website, the online port, a section of the website where the public is able to register for recreational programming is actually an extension of the ActiveNet module, which includes this Participate page. It's all tied together. It's the same system, but what has been discussed with staff is that we'll look to update the skin for the online port page to make sure that it aligns and has the same branding as the Participate page, just so that our customers aren't confused with whether the online port section of the website is in fact the Participate page. So there's some things that we're looking to refine with this section, but a nice clean and polished looking page for registering for recreational programming. If we could go to the next slide. We had, as kind of shown before, we've also built out distinct landing pages for some different services that are some different sections of the Port Colborne website, and for different departments. We have individual landing pages for our economic development section. The library and museum have their own distinct landing pages. We have a landing page for Canal Days. Different individual landing pages that have the same, kind of follow the same branding standards that were laid out during the corporate rebrand. So if we go to the next slide. Again, here, just an example of the library landing page. If we could go to the next slide. We also, again, made a big change when we introduced and implemented the citywide maintenance manager. What we'll look to continue to do is to refine some of the processes within citywide and that maintenance manager module. So what does that look like exactly? It'll be, we implemented citywide, but what we'll look to do in the new year here is circle back to staff, engage with them, figure out, how is citywide working for you? Is the way that we mapped out some of these processes working, and how can we look to improve? We'll also look to continue to train staff on how to use the new service requests and work order software. We also have a mobile application that feeds into citywide, so staff can use the application in the field. We'll look to implement the mobile application. There's a preventative maintenance schedule, and that sort of functionality that's built into the citywide maintenance manager module as well. Staff and I have already started to have conversations about, and are eager to start building out the preventative maintenance schedule on particular city assets. So exciting tool that'll be available that we could start to use. We've talked about using Citywide to build out our vendors list. So having a centralized system for tracking and managing all of the vendors that the city works with, relating key pieces of information about those vendors and managing it in one spot, being able to see which vendors are working on which projects kind of in one consolidated application, just be a valuable piece of the maintenance manager that we'll be able to look to build out this year. We also have route patrol and inspection process functionality that we can. So we have work orders. And that piece has been built into the application, but we can. But more complex work order processes we can look to perhaps capture in the route patrol or inspection component of the module. And finally, the online portal. So that's the request a service page that you've all been shown. We'll look to continue to make improvements to that piece as well. If we could go to the next slide. Finally, we're just gonna wrap up the presentation with talking about the CRM project and then what the next steps look like. So one of the things we'll be looking to do is conduct some analysis and reevaluate the CRM or the modernization grant, taking a look at how much money is left over from the project, and making sure that those figures are brought back to council to make decisions on how the rest of that funding is used. Continue the sustainment of 2020 initiatives. So it's not just implementing these projects, but making sure that they're sustained and improved and built on moving forward. We'll also be looking to formally close out the 2020 project and circling back with key stakeholders and just conducting some requirements gathering, making sure that we kind of have a better understanding of what we will need moving forward to start planning out a CRM project for 2021 and beyond, and what that would look like. What we'll also be looking to do is start to build upon a little bit more the customer service policy and staff training piece. That out of everything that was done in the 2020 project, the customer service policy and staff training is kind of one of those pieces that now that we have gotten those other pieces of the project implemented, really want to be able to focus more on building upon the customer service policy and staff training component. And finally, we have some other initiatives we'd like to continue to build upon. The city has purchased a virtual city hall module. So this is a front-facing application that taps into our Diamond and financial system. To put this in perspective, back on that figure that I mentioned, the 3,700 service requests that have been received by the city, 24% or 919 of those inquiries are specifically property tax related. So 24% of the requests that we're receiving through service requests are property tax inquiries. What hopefully with that we might be able to do with implementing virtual city hall is provide a front-facing portal on our website with secure logins that the public may be able to actually log in and view the property tax information that they're seeking to receive from staff by calling us or contacting us by email or through our website. And hopefully by perhaps making this available to the public, it will maybe perhaps decrease some of the volume that we receive so that we may be able to assist in other ways. And another thing looking to build upon is looking to receive online payments through our website. So hopefully continuing to build upon the new city website and build in the functionality of being able to receive online payments through the website. So yeah, with that, that's the end of the update.
Great, thank you, Mr. Myers. And councilors, any questions? I have Councilor Bruno.
Thank you, Bill. Excellent presentation. To Amber, everybody else there, it's been a great project, great success. Maybe I could do some of these rapid fire so I could get some answers on this. Bill, I'm just wondering, or to anyone else that can take this, when you talk about the end of the project and the end of that government grant, one of the thing on the sort of low tech but high impact side, there was talk in the plan about renovations on the first floor, i.e. handicap, i.e. private consultation with the customer. Is that still on the agenda, or is that going to have to come from other funds? Because I think a lot of that is a carpentry contract out kind of entity.
I'll go to the Madam Clerk on that.
Through the chair, yes, one of the major components that is unfinished but is underway is the redesign of the first floor. Mainly that counter space, how we are interacting with the customers, as you mentioned, that private interaction space as well. There is a large portion of the budget still set aside for that project, and we did promise that any additional funds that were not used would come back to council for approval of future projects. So we are just waiting to find out the actual cost of what that will be, and then we'll bring that extra amount back to council.
Councilor Bruno.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Other question, COVID may have been a friend and an enemy to ramping up customer service. You may have gotten more phone calls, but you also got less personal interaction at the counter. I'm just wondering what the experience was with customer service representatives, in fact, in terms of their capacity. So do you anticipate any issues when that customer service rep may have to go to the counter the day we reopen City Hall, and that diminishes the potential 4 or 5 customers that might be serviced on the phone? I mean, COVID may get more people now used to using phone rather than counter. Do you see any issues there, Bill?
Mr. Myers.
Through the mayor to Councilor Bruno, it has been, I can't even really put it into. I can do the best I can to put it into perspective, but the team that we have downstairs on the first floor of City Hall, and what they've been able to accomplish, especially during kind of these tough times that we're going through. If it wasn't for that team downstairs coming in, every day, diligently in the office where a lot of staff, are working from home. There are frontline workers to a certain extent. They're at City Hall every day, answering phone calls, taking requests, however which way they can. And the whole other layer to it, having to navigate you know, what direction the city is taking on changes to our services during COVID, and having to adapt those responses to the public. It's just been, you know, honestly, I'm so proud. They're a great team. Do I anticipate that we'll still be able to provide that service level once our doors open again? I'm pretty confident that the team we have down there is a resilient team, and we'll be able to adapt just like we have been during COVID. But it will take some time to, you know, really make sure that you know, we adjust back to being able to provide service to the people that are coming into the front counter, while still being able to maintain coverage on our phones through website requests that we receive now, email requests. You know, in a way, we have opened ourselves up to receiving more requests from different places. But it's kind of, I guess my job to make sure that the team we have downstairs is set up to receive and have what they need to be able to answer citizen requests however they come in. I'm not sure if that answered your question, but
it does, but it's a perfect segue to what I wanted to say, and that is there would be no greater failure if we were to get this to the level we've got it and not sustain it. So I'm will be on this like a dog with a bone to make sure that there's enough funding there to keep something that's risen to this level of success. I can remember anecdotally when we built the Vail Center, the biggest worry was we'd build this great thing and then we wouldn't look after it. And that to me is the same thing I think we all have to know about. Customer service getting to this level has been a gigantic climb, and it wouldn't take a lot to start chipping away at that if we don't keep it well funded and keep our people there happy with the kind of service they do. And so my concern is perhaps not to you, Bill, but to Amber and Scott is the end of this grant. Is there sufficient monies there in the 2020 budget to maintain completing these initiatives and keep it fully funded?
I'll go to the Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Through the chair, Councillor Bruno, I am very glad to hear you say that you are going to be pushing us to continue excellence in customer service. It's great. I am so happy that we're at this level and that we are striving to go higher. I see it in every department. Staff contact us and they want to move forward with projects that tie in with ours as well and work interchangeably. It's really great to see. I'm confident with the funding right now. Most of the funding was those large projects up front, like getting the software in and installing the website. Now it's going to be upkeep. It's going to be motivation from staff and staff time and governance models to keep that work going. But I am confident that we do have the budget. Thank you very much.
Councilor Bruno.
Thank you, Amber. Thank you, Bill. Keep up the good work and onward and upward. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any further questions, Council? Seeing none. Mr. Myers, thank you very much for your presentation this evening. It was very good. We do not have any delegations this evening, so I'll go into my mayor's report.
Oh, we did have a
It is a little bit lengthy. There's some new information that came out today, so please bear with me. So again, welcome to our first 2021 virtual council meeting. And in council chambers tonight, just so you all know, is CAO Scott Louie, Clerk Amber Lapointe, and Deputy Clerk Charlotte Madden. and our great guy from our WeeStream team. And our city councilors and city directors are attending normally from home. Some may be in their offices within our building. But as you are aware, we are currently in the lockdown stage of the province of Ontario's response framework in dealing with COVID-19. Unfortunately, the number of cases of COVID-19 across the province continues to rise. We are expecting to hear from the Premier tomorrow about possible further restrictions. In Port Colborne specifically, our numbers remain low, and that is due to the hard work of each and every one of you and what you are putting forth during this pandemic. So on behalf of council, we thank you for your patience and diligence in following the rules that have been put into place up until this time. We still emphasize the need for social distancing, hand washing, and face coverings where social distancing can't be maintained or where required by the region's face covering bylaw. We ask that you continue to support our local businesses through these tough lockdown times. The city has re-implemented our 15-minute curbside pickup for our restaurants and retail stores, so that if you do order something online or via the phone, that you can pick that up with ease. It worked very well during the first lockdown, and we hope it continues at this time. Last Thursday, I met virtually with the other Niagara mayors and Regional Chair Bradley, and we've sent a letter to Premier Ford, which I'd like to read to you this evening. Dear Premier Ford, at a recent virtual meeting, Niagara's 12 mayors and the Regional Chair met to discuss the pressing challenges facing the community due to the second wave of COVID-19. With a significant increase of COVID-19 cases, an alarming rise in the number of pandemic-related deaths, and continued impact of outbreaks in more than 50% of Niagara's long-term care homes, the consensus of the heads of council was that Niagara is at a critical point. Along with a number of initiatives being undertaken at the local level, Niagara's municipal leaders agreed to urge the provincial government to take action in the following areas. Compared to many other areas of the province, Niagara appears to be falling far behind in terms of vaccine distribution. To date, there has been no COVID-19 vaccines distributed in our community. Niagara's municipal leaders respectfully call on the province to ensure our frontline healthcare workers and residents have equal and timely access to vaccines as compared to other areas of Ontario. Two, as they have indispensable local knowledge of their communities, Niagara urges the province to consider increasing the role of municipalities and local public health units play in the vaccine distribution strategy. Moreover, we ask that the province to more openly share its plans regarding vaccine distribution to ensure local residents have the information they require. And three, as they play a critical role maintaining the health of our communities, we respectfully request that paramedics across the province be added to the list of priority healthcare staff to receive the vaccination. As I am certain you are aware, Niagara's population is older than the provincial average, with more than 1 in 5 residents being over the age of 65. This means that per capita, more of our residents are highly susceptible and vulnerable to this deadly virus than compared to the rest of Ontario. Ensuring the expedited delivery and distribution of the COVID-19 vaccine is absolutely critical to protect those individuals. And on behalf of the residents and businesses of Niagara, we respectfully request prompt consideration of these crucial requests. And this is respectfully submitted, the 12 Niagara mayors and Regional Chair Bradley all signing off on that letter. Today, we had a meeting this morning with the mayors, the NHS, and the Public Health, Dr. Hergy, along with Chair Bradley, and I'd just like to read this Niagara Health media release that came out. Both Niagara Health and the Niagara region put this out this afternoon, very late. The arrival of the Pfizer vaccine is a turning point in our response to the COVID-19 pandemic in Niagara. We expect delivery of the Pfizer vaccine in Niagara on Tuesday or Wednesday of this week, tomorrow or the next day, and we are prepared to get doses into arms as soon as the shipment arrives. Niagara Health and Niagara Regional Public Health and Emergency Services have been working together on the region's vaccination plan, starting with priority populations identified by the Ontario government for Phase 1 of COVID-19 vaccinations. We have planned aggressively and are well prepared to begin administering the COVID-19 vaccine in Niagara, says Lynn Guerrero, President and Interim CEO of Niagara Health. With rising numbers of COVID-19 in this community and in the hospital, the vaccine will help us save lives, protect our hospital services, and beat this pandemic. Every vaccine dose in an arm reduces the risk of the virus spreading in our region. NH and NRPH and ES are scheduling vaccinations using a risk-based prioritization developed by the province NH will begin vaccinating frontline healthcare workers in long-term care, high-risk retirement homes, and the hospital at a vaccine clinic at the St. Catharines site, followed by NH clinics opening in Niagara Falls, Welland, and other sites. At the same time, NRPH and ES will deploy small teams to long-term care homes and high-risk retirement homes to support their staff vaccinating the residents under their care. This builds on Public Health's existing partnership with these homes that is used to get almost all residents immunized to influenza each year. It is a relief that vaccines are finally arriving in Niagara. Throughout this pandemic, residents of long-term care homes and retirement homes have suffered the brunt of this pandemic, says Dr. Mustafa Herji, Chief Medical Officer of Health and Commissioner, Acting, Niagara Region Public Health and Emergency Services. Almost 80% of those who've died in Niagara, 150 people in our community, have been among these residents. 72 of them have died in the last 3 weeks alone. Vaccine will let us immunize these residents and their care providers and begin to end this tragedy. Niagara's vaccination plan is guided by the Province of Ontario's Vaccine Implementation Framework. Groups to receive doses will continually expand over the coming months, consistent with the risk-based framework, and vaccination for the general public will follow in the third phase of the provincial framework for vaccine distribution. We understand that this is difficult to wait, and we emphasize with the frustration given increasing deaths, hospitalizations, and cases in our region related to COVID-19, says Ms. Guerrero. The physicians and staff at Niagara Health have worked diligently through a number of extraordinary challenges, including multiple outbreaks across 3 of our sites. We've provided management assistance in 2 LTC homes where infection rates among residents and staff were high, and tragically there were a high number of residential deaths. There has been a lot of advocacy on behalf of the hospital from community members across the region, and everyone's support, teamed with the hard work and dedication of the entire Niagara Health team, is greatly appreciated. It is imperative that everyone in the community, including those vaccinated, continue to follow COVID-19 safety measures, adds Dr. Herji. During the current shutdown, all of us should stay home as much as possible, only heading out for essential purposes like grocery shopping, work, or medical appointments. When we have to be outside of the home, we should keep 2 meters distance from everyone else, properly wear a mask over our mouth and nose when around others, and wash our hands often. Niagara Health and NRPH and ES will be continually evolving the plan based on vaccine supply and will provide regular updates on our progress. I do want to thank the 12 mayors and the regional chair for putting the letter originally out to the Premier and the Minister of Health. And I'd also like to thank MPP Oosterhoff for his work behind the scenes with regards to getting the vaccine down here. But also for all those out in the public that have put forth letters, comments, both to ourselves at the region, our public health, and the NH, as well as the province of Ontario, to make sure that we get this vaccine as soon as possible. And one thing we did learn today as mayors and the regional chair was the fact that the reason the rollout went the way it did was that we were in the orange section and the province under their plan went to the red and gray sections first, and then the lockdown came. So we were on the list, but we were in orange at the time. The vaccine that came down from the federal government down to the provincial government and then down to each area across the province. Our designation, because we were orange, was a little lower than others at the beginning. But now that we're all in lockdown, we do have this. So I do like to thank everyone for their participation in this, and we do receive many, many letters regarding that, especially with our long-term care homes and our EMS paramedics. And Councillor Butters and I discussed this at a meeting last week, which preempted our mayor's meeting. So that's where that came through under a regional council meeting. The other thing we did it for Niagara with regards to the mayors, our regional councillors, our chair, and our public health was that the Niagara municipal leaders, we revealed common principles to combat the second wave of COVID-19. I won't read the full media release, but I will just go through the 6 points. Niagara's municipal partners are exploring opportunities to share staff resources in all appropriate areas to further bolster Niagara's pandemic response, including possible redeployment to long-term care homes and to support public health initiatives. 2 is Niagara's municipal leaders call on the province to ensure our frontline healthcare workers and residents have equal and timely access to vaccines as compared to other areas of Ontario. That ask has been answered as of today. Number 3, Niagara urges the province to consider increasing the role of municipalities and local public health units in the vaccine distribution strategy. Niagara also calls upon the province to more openly share its plans regarding vaccine distribution to ensure local residents have the information they require. The first part of that actually, again, was answered today through Niagara Health System and our public health, and that they are working in tandem, hand in hand, with regards to the dishing out of the vaccine across Niagara. 4 paramedics across the province should be added to the list of priority healthcare staff to receive the vaccination. We did receive that today, and they are included in that that portion of hopefully that first dose that comes out. But they will be done very shortly. Niagara's municipalities will reaffirm their commitment to share information in a timely and accurate way to ensure all parties can make effective decisions. And number 6, Niagara's municipal leaders request the community's patience and understanding as vaccines begin to arrive across the region. The federal and provincial government have committed to ensuring there will be a vaccine for everyone who wants one, but this process will take time. So I do thank, again, those members of the public, my fellow mayors and the regional chair in public health, and my fellow regional councillors with the work we've been doing both at our public meetings, but also our meetings behind the scenes with regards to what's happening here in Niagara during this pandemic. Other than that, are there any questions with regards to the mayor's report tonight? Seeing none, next is our regional council's report. Councillor Butters. Welcome, Barb.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Glad to be here. Glad to see you all here healthy and well. I want to just touch on today. Today was reported there was 400 plus cases of COVID, but I want to make it very clear that about 300 of those cases were from a backload, and it was not actually a one-day, a number for a one day at all. So you can bank on approximately 100 to 125. Today would be a more accurate number. So I just wanted to, I know that a lot of people saw that come across, and it is still a troubling number of over 100. But when you see a number of 400 plus, there was a few heads spinning on that one. So just to be clear, that was a backload of cases that came forward today, not a one-day number. So I want to also just touch on that I also received a number of emails and calls from Fort Colborne residents regarding the road allowance issue. So I'm really, really glad to see that this came forward tonight. I think it'll give some much needed clarity for residents. And I want to thank the council for really being on top of this issue. This has been a busy time for us all, for Mayor Steele, myself, the rest of the regional councillors. This week is no different. All 4 standing committees meet this week, Tuesday and Wednesday. The Budget Committee of the Whole meets Thursday evening, and that'll be dealing with the levy portion of the budget. Friday morning, I've got the Niagara Regional Housing Board meeting. So we all are being kept extremely busy. Councillor Bruno, I do want to just let you know I'm still following up with Ms. Ryle about the accident at the apartment building on Main and Elm, and I'm still waiting for a response for that. So I know that she's going to be gathering information in regards to that. For Councillor Bruno and Councillor Wells, I've raised the issue of the well water testing that has been suspended since, while city halls have been closed and due to COVID. So they were working on a plan to get into place, but then we went into lockdown. So that's kind of delayed things. But Dr. Hergy did say that they're hoping to present some kind of a plan to us towards the end of the month or early February, that he's getting a lot of pressure from all of us to reinstate the ability for rural residents to have their well water tested locally here. Because right now, if you can go to Hamilton, that's your option. And that's a service that's really, really needed, certainly in our area. And I'm really looking forward to this vaccine rollout here in Niagara. I really appreciate the efforts of Chair Bradley and the mayors and other regional councillors, the members of the public who made it so clear that by letters and emails to all of us that this is just incredibly important for the health of Niagara residents. So I'm just going to close off with saying, as we all need to, this has been so stressful for so many. Please wash your hands, wear your face covering, do the social distancing, stay safe, and please be kind to one another, because as this continues, I think that's probably our best bet to stay healthy and well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you, Councillor Butters. Are there any questions to the Regional Council? Not seeing anyone asking a question. Again, thanks, Barb. And I'll also, at tomorrow's Public Works meeting, I'll be bringing up the main and elm issue with regards to the building that Councillor Bruno lives in.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, so.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, so great. Next, we are going to staff remarks in the chambers here. Staff, the CAO, we'll start with him.
Yeah, just super quick, through your worship to City Council, I know that the mayor and the regional councillor have already spoken about COVID and its impacts on the city, where the city is today, where the region and the province are today. It has been my past practice to bring a COVID update as it pertains to city operations once per month in the second meeting of the month. And of course, this is the first meeting of the month. I just want to make sure that council is aware and the public is aware that we are obviously in the gray lockdown status. Not sure if that will be extended beyond. We don't have any information about what's next, if it's red, orange, or yellow, or some extension of the gray. The city is an essential workplace. We do have all of our operations still running to the extent that they're essential. Some recreation services and some cultural services like museum tours have been suspended. We do have precautions in place for our workers. Sometimes workers aren't working every single day in City Hall. For example, office workers aren't working every single day on location. Sometimes they take a laptop computer and work remotely, but we are making sure that everyone is performing their duties to the extent that their facilities are still open with precautions in place. And like I said, I'll have a report for council the second meeting of the month.
Thank you, Mr. CAO. Staff online, does anybody have any information for council or replies back from previous questions? I don't see any. Perfect. Next is councillor's remarks. I'll start across the top. Councillor Baggy, anything this evening?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just have one item, probably for the CEO and Mr. Aquilina. Last week I received 3 phone calls from area residents in Ward 1 regarding something happening on a corner of Homewood and Sugarloaf. They got notice from the city about the committee of adjustment notice, public notice, and they had no idea what it was about and how they go about and who they talk to and all that stuff. And I was blindsided again because I had no notice that this went out to the area residents. And I made a few phone calls. I told one lady, just call Mr. Schultz and he'll explain everything to you. So hopefully he did. So basically what I'm asking for, I talked to a couple of councilors about Mr. CEO and Mr. Aquilina, and with councilors' support, I'm hoping that all the committee of adjustment notices get sent to all city councilors so we know what's going on in our wards, probably in all the wards. I do get the reports on the result of them, but I don't get the report on when the public notices go out. And I think it would help quite a bit. I was felt a little stupid at first when they're asking questions because I had no idea what they're talking about. Then after that, I was a little embarrassed because I did know nothing about it until I had to call City Hall. I talked to Councilor Clearlief. She had no idea, even though she's on a committee of adjustment. She received no notice about it yet either. So basically what Mr. CEO, what I'm asking for is with council support, can we send out all the notices of committee of adjustment to all city councilors?
Mr. CAO?
Through your worship to Councillor Baggio, and I'm not sure if the Director of Planning wants to jump in on this. I think that it has been our past practice to do that up until now, and I think it was overlooked in the last month. But I will take that back and make sure if it's not our past practice that we do that from now on. Actually, I know that you told the Clerk's Department that you would be bringing this up tonight, and in the course of working that through our council planning exercise that we do, the planner, and this is the city planner, not the Director of Planning, conceded that he neglected to do that last month and apologized profusely. So it is in our work plan to do that. We will make sure that that happens moving forward. I think there's a bigger concern here, and that concern is that the notification that the residents were receiving wasn't self-explanatory and that they were left with questions and wanted to reach out to their council member. So I might take that back and work with the Director of Planning as well to make sure that these notifications that we send to people are easy for them to navigate through. And as of course, the first item, which is your request to make sure that all council members get the C of A hearing notices, that's Committee of Adjustment hearing notices in advance of the meeting. So yes.
Okay.
Okay, Councillor?
Thank you very much, Mr. CEO. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's all.
Thank you. I just want to do one word of caution, or a few words of caution here, Councillor Baggio, is the fact that, and if you speak to your fellow members of the Committee of Adjustment, you must be very careful on how you speak to people when there is a Committee of Adjustment issue. We, as councillors, when we're not on that committee, we can't be promising the public anything. That has to go through the mandated rules and regulations of the Committee of Adjustment. Even, and I served on that committee for a number of years. When we are, as a committee member, we can go and look at a piece of property, but again, we have to be very careful on how we discuss that. You cannot be telling somebody that this is the way you're going to vote or try to influence a vote at the Committee of Adjustment. It's very regulated, and we have to be very careful on that and let the Committee of Adjustment do their work. But you are correct. I always remember getting the notices sent to us when I served on council, so I do get them as mayor, but you're right, I don't think I received last month, so I think we have been getting, but just, again, it didn't get out in December. And we'll take staff's apology with that. But yeah, we just got to be very careful on these issues.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do recognize Councilor Clancy's position on Committee of Adjustment, and I was very careful not to divulge anything, no swing. I just asked if she knew anything about this application, and which she didn't, and so I went from there, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, and
I did not discuss.
Yeah, and I do encourage councillors that aren't on that committee, if they do have questions, either call planning staff or your fellow councillors just to get an update on that, because sometimes they know a little bit more information than what we may know. So, but thank you. I have Councillor Wells next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have 3 items. The first one I'd like to, I guess, direct to Dan, because Nicole's not in attendance with us, but I'd like to compliment Nicole in regards to putting out the notice regarding the landscaping that's taking place at Centennial Park. It saves us a lot of time when we can point to the notification on the website, and people can see it on the website, and it clears up a lot of concern that people may have in regards to what we're doing. It was a great, a good article on it, and I think it was very beneficial. So Dan, if you could pass that on to Nicole, the thanks for that, I'd appreciate it. The second matter that I have is for either Steve or Chris. It's in regards to ditching on Hollow Bay and Michener Roads. I received a number of calls from residents on Hollow Bay Road regarding flooding of the area, claiming that their ditches were not have not been serviced in a number of years. I know Michener and Hollow Bay Road were not on the ditching list last year. I would ask that if Steve or Chris could forward to me this year's ditching list so that I'm prepared for any calls that I get. And I would ask maybe Steve if he can respond to what efforts we can do in regards to the ditching there to alleviate the flooding problems.
Steve, you want to start with this one? So I know you're there, Alana's there, and also our new engineer is on this evening, and we welcome Chris Kalamutu. I think this is his first meeting, is it not, CAO? Oh, good, yes. So Steve, do you want to start this?
Yeah, through your worship to Councillor Wells. So staff are aware of the concerns that were brought forward with the drainage in the area. An engineer has been recently appointed to complete a report on the municipal drain that this area drains to, but completion of this report is not expected for approximately 2 years, after which construction would follow. This will definitely help that watershed, but in the meantime, we'll have our operational staff attend the site this week to ensure there aren't any immediate issues that have appeared and can be addressed without a full-length ditching program. We'll resolve any of those as necessary until we can complete the full-length ditching program. We'll also follow up with the actual ditching work that's happening in 2021 as well.
Sorry, Elena, anything to add to that?
No.
Okay, thank you. I think Steve covered it. Yes. Councillor Wells. Oh, there you
are. In follow-up with that, Mr. Mayor, maybe through to Dan Aquilina, there has been some recent development on Michener Road in that area, and just wondering if there has been anything in regards to the drainage problems that have been created because of that development, if there's going to be any matters or any mitigation measures put in place in order to prevent that development from creating more problems with the existing residents. And I know this is close to Dan's heart because it's right next to him.
Mr. Aquilina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Councillor Wells. On all the applications for consent in the area, not just Michener Road, engineering is circulated on the notice and they provide the comments with respect to any drainage matters. And I believe they have made comments on the applications that are before the Committee of Adjustment. And one of the matters that were made was to have regard for the actual drainage in the area. And with all that said, each individual lot, when it's developed, is going to need a grading plan on the building permit. I don't want to speak on behalf of the Engineering and Operations Department or the drainage superintendent. I just know that this area and a lot of the area in the Shirkston community are ones that drainage is taken into consideration and what impacts that's going to have on the watershed and what that means with any engineer's report with any municipal drain.
Okay, Alana, anything to add on that? Because I'm sure you're the one that responded to the Committee of Adjustment comments.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Wells. That area has always been an area of concern, as you know, from the number of people that have spoken with you about drainage concerns. For a number of years, engineering has strongly discouraged development in that area until the drain has been completed. Unfortunately, it takes much longer to complete a drain report than it does to process development. So, you know, I understand where Dan is getting, or what Dan is getting at. You know, we can't stop the development, but there are certain concerns that we do have with drainage. Through all of this process, as Dan mentioned, we do have comments, yes. Mainly those comments are so that people developing the land have mutual agreement drains between their neighbors or between the property that that's being severed off. You can't drain onto your neighbor without having a system in place. So this is the big thing that we're constantly pushing for, using that avenue of mutual agreement drains between neighbors.
Okay, Councillor Walls?
Thanks, Alana. Just for awareness, the one piece of property that is being developed or has been, it looks like it's being developed, was one of the lowest lying properties there and actually had a significantly large pond on that lot, which was acting as a means of water retention or water reservoir and helping drain the area to that pond. As of lately, that pond has been filled in now. A significant amount of fill has been brought to that location, and there seems to be no preventive measures for the water that used to be collected there to run off into neighboring properties now. So that's one of the reasons why I asked the question in regards to the planning and the development of that area.
Alana?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Any infill lot, which is what this would be, although it's much larger than your typical urban area lot, is an issue. What was the low point at one point and nobody cared where the water went and sat. Well, now somebody's built there and they're now pushing their neighbor or their water onto the neighbor. So instead of having one lot that's wet, we now have 5 or 6 unhappy neighbors around them that are suddenly experiencing this problem, which has always been a difficult thing to deal with. Sometimes there are resolutions that we can come to, sometimes there are not. People have always just shed their water onto the low point. Now, with respect to this particular property, I don't know if it would fall under NPCA's regulations of area that you're not allowed to infill. I'm sorry, the proper term is not coming to me at this moment. That may be an issue as well, and something for NPCA to be investigating, which I can look into their mapping and bring that up to them if it is an issue.
Councillor?
Thanks, Alana. If you need any information or to know exactly that the piece of property I'm referring to, I'll send that to you. So just send me an email if you need that.
Thank you.
My last issue is directed to Amber. And Amber, through you, Mr. Mayor, we've received a number of letters and correspondence from people regarding the road allowance issues. And some of the concern that was raised was about their correspondence not being identified on tonight's agenda. Is there any can you provide me with any advice in regards to when or where that correspondence could be publicly seen?
Thank you, Councillor Wells. Through the chair, we are collecting all of the correspondence currently because the matter for the decision of the road ends hasn't come to council. We are keeping that information. I'm forwarding it all to the staff to provide to the consultant or do whatever they would like within the project. I'm also keeping it in a folder to present to council when that decision does come forward. In addition, I'm letting those people know what I'm doing, and then I'm holding their information as well, their contact information, so we can let them know when it comes back for council. We've also been letting them know to feel free to contact us with asking us about where we are in the project, knowing that it may take several months or even longer. In addition, I will let you know that I have confirmed or committed, I guess, to holding a separate council meeting just to deal with this item, mainly because during COVID we are only accepting written delegations, and because of the number of delegations that it is clear would like to come to the meeting, and we will be holding just a standalone meeting when it does come forward again.
Councillor?
Thank you, Amber, and thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Danch?
I'm sorry, I just kind of sitting here listening in. Just a couple shout outs. Bunch of garbage on Main Street the past week there, and Dwight and the boys got on it there pretty quick and cleaned it all up. I just want to thank them for that. And then little snow fence up at the top of Lakeview Park had been busted up, and Mike Audette and his guys there, they got that put back together. So I guess city staff are out there working, and I just want to thank those couple groups. Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bruno?
We're good this week, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Demaray?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just getting unmuted there. I just have a couple of things to speak about and to ask about. I've received several phone calls, and I know that, and a couple of emails that I know other councillors have received from various developers and real estate agents who are making requests of council to influence bids they may have pending or projects they may be considering. And some of it is wholly inappropriate. Others, it's just natural curiosity, and they're just trying to find their way through the system, and I do understand that. But I just want to make it very clear that the councillors are not the people to contact, and that this should go through City Hall and be dealt with by a staff member. And I do make sure that everybody who does contact me gets that message really clearly, but and I never think it hurts to get it out there over WeeStream. So just to make that point. That's really all I had. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Claylough?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just actually everything that I was going to mention has been mentioned by other people, so I'm good.
Thank you,
thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bodnar? We lose Ron? Okay, I'll come back. Councillor Borgard?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just like to say thanks to city staff that are working at a Valley Health and Wellness Center. I see that there's a lot going on there, and I look forward to seeing how it looks when it's all done. So just like to say thanks to them, and that's all.
Great, thank you, Councillor. And I will come back to Councillor Bodnar when we get him back. He's disappeared here. I know at sometimes he may have an issue with his internet, so I will come back to him at any time. What's that? Oh, is he? Oh, there he is. Councillor Bodnar, any councillor's items?
Okay, sorry, Mr. Mayor.
That's okay. Go ahead.
Lost power in my one iPad. I was doing okay till we got to the mayor's report, but it kind of sucked all the juice out of it then, and so I'm working down to one. So my inquiry here probably is to the CAO, and last summer we went through the beach issues with people crowding the beaches and everything, and then we put restrictions in place. I believe at some point we were going to have a debrief on that beach restrictions that we put in place, and although we're a ways away from summer, not all that far, so I just wonder whether that's on your agenda, sir.
Sure.
Yep, through your worship to Councillor Bodnar, that's a very important issue, and it's obviously something that we want to address before it becomes a problem. Much better to make plans for the summer in January and February than in July and August. Our city plan here was to do an internal staff debrief and then engage council in a sort of round two of the debrief, and then make some policy decisions in public at a council meeting around issues such as locals versus out-of-town users. What exactly local is? Is it city residents only, or is it Niagara residents that are permitted to go to Centennial and Nickel Beach? One of the other issues we're up against is, do we need to have staff at Centennial? Because typically up until the year before this year, there hasn't been an active staff presence all day. There's been staff who go from time to time throughout the day, and obviously with the numbers of people attending beaches this past summer, that was an inadequate amount of staff. So that still is on our radar. You've probably heard through an email from me that there have been some changes at the top levels of the recreation department. So I guess the project is going to have to be picked up by replacement staff and or me in the short term. So I will make sure that that process is completed and brought forward to council with plenty of time to make some policy decisions before the summer season.
Counselor?
That's fine, thank you.
You're all set?
Yep.
Great, thank you, Counselor Bodnar. Okay, on to consideration of items requiring a separate discussion. So we have items 7.1, moved by Councillor Wells, seconded by Councillor Bruno. The Corporate Services Department Report 2021-15 be received. I'll go to Councillor Wells first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With regards to this, when this went back to staff, what I was hoping to get back a little bit was a little bit more of an analysis in regards to cost benefit per user of the service. With what we have coming forward now, if we approve moving forward into the on-call system, our cost per user, if we don't increase from 35 up more, it's going to be at 35, about $7,000 per year per user. I'm just wondering if we have, or whether we should be putting in a strategy with regards to how we how we manage our involvement in that program. It's a very beneficial program, but I'm just wondering at what point in time does it get cost prohibitive, or are there other options that we can do that could streamline it to fit our needs and give us the service we want at a reasonable cost. So I'm not sure whether that would go to Mr. Bowles, or if you would just take it as a general comment.
Mr. Bowles?
Yeah, thank you. And through the mayor to council, if I can take a moment just to introduce Robert Salowich. He's also joining us for this report. He's actually the manager of the program at the Niagara region for the NRT On Demand. He is a resident of the city of Port Colborne, but he is here today in his subject matter expert capacity in case we have some questions on the program as we have the conversation. He can help me answer some of those. So I think the Councillor Wells made an interesting point. It's just the cost of the total transit program per rider. I guess what I would have to say to council, and I think in recognition, hopefully it's fair, because Councillor Wells has identified the idea that maybe it's just a cost in general, or a comment in general, is the current program also costs in the thousands of dollars per rider. And I think that is a pretty big question, I guess, for council to consider if you want to be in the transit game at all. The proposal, I think, that staff has put forward here today, the genesis comes from staff learned that the Niagara region, as we identified in the report, was renegotiating their contract with their service provider for the on-demand program that went live in September. And we have an opportunity in a short amount of time to make a decision if we would like to get in or not. And from staff's perspective, we thought we would do a summation of the I guess differences between the two programs and bring it forward to council for I think discussion and debate. We can also debate and have conversations if we should be in the transit game at all, and that is something that staff is happy to take comments from council on.
Okay. Rob, welcome. I get to hear your lovely voice at Regional Council, but welcome to the City of Port Colborne. Anything to add with regards to what Mr. Bowles has said and the comments that Councillor Wells had made?
No, I guess the only thing I would add is that, and sorry, thank you for having me. I do appreciate the opportunity. It's just that there have been more in-depth looks at this. We brought this item to the City of Port Colborne a little over a year and a half ago, almost maybe 2 years now, when we were looking at the overall service area, and we had included both Port Colborne and Fort Erie in that service area. And at that time, council wasn't ready to embark on that. So there are and has been additional work that's been done from a transportation and a transit planning perspective, and we can make that available to the councillor if you know he feels that there's value in going through the minutia of doing that. But I think Brian was accurate in saying that the real benefit here is that this is something that you have an opportunity to get on board with, something that we've launched now in Pelham, Grimsby, and Lincoln with a lot of success in those municipalities. As well, Niagara-on-the-Lake has come on board to the program as well. And I think one of the things to consider is that it's a little bit difficult to understand or project what the ridership is going to end up being. But one of the things to keep in mind is it's about the access to that service that you're providing in this type of deployment, as opposed to the number of people that can access your existing service with the community bus as you have it now. Whereas on that community bus, if you don't live essentially on that route, you don't have access to any sort of transportation options. Whereas this will cover the entire municipality, all of the residents within your municipality, and provide them connections not only to Crystal Beach, which will get you into the rest of Fort Erie, to the regional Port Colborne Link bus, which will get you to Welland and beyond, as well to every single municipality in West Niagara, the 5 being Pelham, Lincoln, Grimsby, West Lincoln, and Wainfleet. So thank you for indulging me that extra bit.
Thanks, Rob. Councillor Wells.
Thank you. And I appreciate that there has been a lot of work done on this beforehand. And I don't want to see it go to the wrong end. I think in my conversations with Brian and other people on this, what I'm looking for is a concerted effort to promote this so that we can increase the ridership, increase or decrease the dependency on our city funds to support it. And I was just looking to see if there was any strategy for that, or plans for a strategy, or campaigns in order to promote utilization of that service.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bruno.
Thank you, Worship. I had the benefit, as I think it sounds like Councillor Wells has, of getting a more full-throated explanation of the service. And I'm on the transit committee, and I remember when Rob came last year, and there's sort of the system that's contracted to us from Welland Transit. There's the Niagara Transit and the Link, and I think that this is always difficult to say when you say I think this has got to be somewhat a leap of faith, because I think this strategy and the trajectory of what's happening at the region as it evolves with transit, and let's face it, it's made a lot of great strides in bringing this to a more unified system. I think that for folks in Ward 4, this is great, because I think they're finally going to get something that they've been paying for, and now they're going to have the opportunity to actually get more of the benefit. The thing I like about it, and I remember, when Rob said the word accessible, I think everything I've always heard about transit, and being new to the transit committee for just 2 years now, I mean, one of the things you really begin to understand is that, and Harry sort of alluded to it in the information program, well, you really got to know the route. If the route isn't near you, well, that's a deterrent. If the spacing is far apart and you've missed the bus, you tend to lose interest and not go that way. And I think that, certainly with this system, it's almost like you don't have to know the route because it's, for lack of a better word, a lot of people call it Uber bus. And to me, if this doesn't crack the nut of getting people on board, then I think you can make that ultimate decision about being in or not. But for now, I think we've got to seize the moment at a higher cost to gain the benefit when the Niagara system is more unified. And I think, pardon the pun, we go along for the ride. And I think that will be beneficial to Port Colborne for doing it now. But, there's a lot of intricacies and strategy in the program that Rob has brought forth. And I think with Brian there astutely looking at the cost benefit analysis and what the bigger picture is, I'm quite comfortable and happy with it. I would encourage council to support it. The one thing I did want to bring forward is in due deference to those on the committee who've worked long and hard to bring transit to where it is today. I was concerned, and Brian, thank you for, and tomorrow I'll have Janice get a hold of those members to call you directly. Because of COVID, we have not met. This is a large change, and those people who've carried that ball so well for all these years, I think I want to make sure that they hear the whole story, ask all the questions that they want to ask. And I'm confident that some of the things that I've seen in the 2 years that they've been pushing forward, i.e. Saturday service, i.e., whether it was going to be shelters because people would have to wait longer away from their home in a shelter. This sort of Uber bus kind of solves that problem without creating a structure or a shelter. I'm excited about this. I think it's about the future. And I think for small communities and those that are spread out as we are, this is the way to go than those sort of stationary stops that everybody's got a hard time, particularly people who need transit to get to these few points where they're now being picked up. It can't help but improve take up, I believe, when that Uber situation is going to happen more often per hour and closer to their house. I mean, I think if that in itself will create an impetus to raise ridership. So thank you, Brian, for delving into this and being strategic about it. Thank you, Rob, for coming out and getting this initiative rolling. Look forward to its rollout. I believe it's mid-year. That's all, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councillor Bodnar, Councillor Desmarais, then Councillor Kalaleff. So I'll go to Councillor Bodnar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the big advantages of this, Gary mentioned Ward 4, but the employment opportunities at Sherkston Shores, I certainly have a business inside there, and getting employees, we have everything from senior citizens to 15-year-olds that want to work in a desperate way, and a lot of times getting there is the problem. So I just wanted to throw that out. I think it would be a plus, at least for those opportunities for people to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Desmarais.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to echo all of what Ron and Gary have said about the benefits of this system. We've been looking at on-demand systems for at least 5 years, and I know that we've talked about it on the active transportation side as well, and how the two things complement each other quite nicely. But this really does take away the concerns, the fears, the uncertainties that many people had about riding the transit system. They're not worried now. They can just call someone, they call a number, and the system comes to them. They don't have to go find it. They don't have to worry about being stranded. Older people are not as reluctant to be alone on these systems because it's really doing almost a door-to-door service. It's the best way to go. And the only, it's going to be expensive. All transit is expensive. We do know that, but it can get less expensive if ridership increases. And I think that this type of system will encourage increased ridership. So all told, I think this is the best way to go. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Clayla.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I think if we've learned nothing else, we've learned that social media plays such a big piece in this. I'm sure by the end of the night, and everyone knows that this is going on, we will have increased readership immediately. I think it's wonderful that we're doing this, and I don't think we have too many things to worry about with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further comments or questions by council? Seeing none, just to let you know, my fellow councillors in the West End, as Rob talked about, this has just been overwhelming to them in Grimsby and Lincoln with the ridership and how great it's been taken up by the communities down there. And the big thing is, as Councillor Desmarais says, it's not just a phone call, it's an app you can put on your phone for those that are tech savvy. And you can, as Councillor Bodner says, you can go on your app or a phone call and pick a ride to your job site, and then call them and let them know when you need to go home, and they'll be there. So you may be riding with other people, but it reaches 100% of our population, where what we pay for now reaches maybe a little bit over 2/3 of our population, I guess. So it is a great system, and the more I've seen it being rolled out at the region level, and how we've done that, and Rob and his crew down there. I mean, and I go back to the days when I took over for Councillor Bodner on the original transit committee back in the early 2000s, and how we wanted to amalgamate transit then, and now we're finally doing it. And I think you've got a regional council that's moving fast and furious on this and want to see this done before the end of this 4-year mandate. So without further ado, again, I just want to thank Rob for this, and Brian Bowles for their work, and Brian for a great report that's come together, and we look to an even better transit service for the citizens of Port Colborne. Seeing no further questions, please raise your hand. All in favor? Anybody opposed? That's carried. Next, we have item 7.2. Again, Councillor Beauregard's conflict with this, so just bringing that back up. And I have bear with me here. So Mr. Szapowski does have an amendment to the report, which I'll read. That council delegates authority to the chief building official to issue a conditional permit agreement for the Southport Condo Inc. property, and that council direct the Director of Engineering and Operations to close West Street from Adelaide Street to Victoria Street until December 2023 or project completion. I'll have Councillor Wells move that, with Councillor Clayla seconding it. Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Szapowski. Just a point of clarification for my own sake. When I read through the report, we are looking to further develop the plan, or we're looking for additional details for above grade development, but we're allowing below grade development to happen. I'm just wondering where the status is in regards to the final above grade development is in regards to this site, because to me, I'm just a little confused here on how you can build a foundation, but you don't know what you're putting on top of it.
Is it you? Oh, I'm gonna go to the CAO with that, please. Thank you.
So, sure, through your worship to Councillor Wells, a little bit of confusion here. So the report is actually prepared by the chief building official, who is not in attendance today. And so it kind of falls to me, and I'm gonna see if Dan can maybe help, if the director of planning can maybe help. The Shapowski element is an addendum to the report that speaks to the closure of one section of West Street during the construction period. So 7.2 is the chief building official who is not in attendance. 7.2A is Steve Shapowski's addition to it, and it's not really related to this. The short answer is the design is complete, but there's outstanding application components, planning components that staff have every confidence will eventually be met. So this is a way for construction companies to proceed with foundation only while those planning processes unfold. So we have done this in the past. We did it with different large builds in Port Colborne. It is common practice for us to do foundation only. As to what the processes are that are not complete yet, I'll see if the Director of Planning can update council on that.
Mr. Aquilina?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Wells. Right now, we have the site plan control application almost finalized. We're just getting into the details of the security deposits. But that plan is actually drafted with all the drawings in place, right to the grading plan on the property. So once that foundation permit gets issued, if it is issued, and that still gets constructed, you still have control of the property in order for that development to proceed. This is the first step in that development that won't have an impact on the remaining on-site work that is going to be required from the property owner. And as I mentioned, we will have securities in place to ensure that all the work is satisfactorily completed on site.
Councillor?
Thanks for the update and the clarification.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further questions? Councillor Baggy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Are we also talking about 7.2A?
You can ask, yeah, that's the amendment that Steve brought forward.
Just a question to Mr. Stepakowski. We're going to let the pedestrians go down to the promenade deck as a bypass walking down West Street. I know the promenade is not maintained in the wintertime like this week and next week, but yet we're putting a detour for pedestrians to go down to the promenade. I have no problem with a detour. I think as a city, we should somehow make sure that is safe, especially the stairs, as people try to go down the hill, and it's too steep. But the stairs will have to be maintained, and maybe the walkway to the next street over, Victoria, whatever, be maintained by the city through the winter. Just a question to Mr. Sipakowski, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Mr. Shapowski?
Yes, through you, your worship, to Councillor Bagu. I actually had that same thought as well, and I did contact our Parks Division and spoke to Nicole. She did indicate that we have been maintaining it. Actually, we started maintaining the trail last year, and we are planning to maintain it this year as well. So that will work into our benefit as well. The service is still going to be there to clear the promenade itself. So that would allow pedestrians to bypass through that area. They'll still have the ability to run down Adelaide, down to King as well. It was just, it would be a block detour at that point for someone to walk around.
Okay, Councillor Bagu?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Sipakowski. I know a lot of people walk their dogs, and Dr. Typer walks it every day picking up garbage, and we do appreciate Mr. Typer's commitment. So I got no problems with that, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Good, thank you, Counselor. Any further questions, Council? Seeing none, all those in favor, please raise a hand. And that's carried. Oh, also, Councillor Danch had a conflict on that one too. I just want to make sure both he and Councillor Beauregard were on that. So we'll get those guys back in. We have Danch, Beauregard is there. Okay. Item 7.3, mover is Councillor Wells, seconder is Councillor Bodner. The Planning and Development Department Report 2021-07 be received and the Council support the correspondence received from the Regional Municipality of Niagara Police Services Board attached as Appendix A. The Council support the correspondence item attached as Appendix B from the Township of Blandford, Blenheim regarding cannabis production. Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The reason I wanted this one pulled was just to emphasize our role here in regards to this situation of Health Canada not being in control of the situation and causing the problems to download on the local municipalities. I would like to see the city take the strongest position they can in regards to ensuring that we demonstrate our support for the promotion of involvement with Health Canada and the municipalities by doing whatever we need to do in regards to having strong bylaws, strong enforcement, those mechanisms in place to show that we will walk the talk as well as provide the additional support to our fellow municipalities.
Great, thank you, Councillor. Appreciate that. Councillor Bodner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with what Harry said, and it's nice to see the police and the police board coming on board. It puts a lot more pressure on Health Canada. You know, for years we were out there trying to get their attention. It was hard to even get them to acknowledge that they received stuff we sent them. So thanks to the police board and for the police speaking up. It's a real problem. We certainly experience it in Ward 4, and whatever we can do, let's do it.
Great, thank you. As acting chair, I thank you for your praise of the board and Police Chief McCullough. And this was a long discussion at one of our board meetings, and the trials and tribulations that the police have in these medical grow-ups. They're the actually fastest growing problem we have. The old traditional illegal grows aren't much of a problem anymore, but these medical ones are becoming a huge problem. So I thank both you and Councillor Wells for that. And we do know that Ward 4 does have some issues, as well as Ward 3 in Port Colborne has a few issues. Any further questions to staff on this one? Seeing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. That's carried. Item 7.4. I'm going to have Councillor Wells, Councillor Bruno move this. This is pulled for our staff, David Schultz, and the consultant. They have an amendment to make to this. Mr. Stephen Rivers is with us this evening. Do we have Stephen on now? Okay, well, the Deputy Clerk's bringing Stephen online. That the zoning bylaw amendment attached as Appendix A to Planning and Development Department Report 2021-09 be approved, rezoning and subject property from 1 institutional in R4, fourth density residential to R4-56, and that the Planning and Development staff be directed to prepare and circulate the notice of passing in accordance with the Planning Act. We have Mr. Rivers. Do we have Mr. Schultz on, or is Dan taking this? Dan's taking this? Okay. Dan, do you and Mr. Rivers want to move forward with your amendment?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, to all of council, that the one amendment to the bylaw is regards to the required parking. Right now it says 23 spaces, but it really should say 1 space per dwelling unit. So that is what the amendment needs to actually put in place. And we will bring forward that bylaw completion at your next scheduled council meeting.
Okay, anything to add, Mr. Rivers?
I'm unmuted. Yeah, Dan nailed it right on the head there. The issue would be with the providing the parking. The 23 spaces is no big problem, as until when the single family residential dwelling south of the church is demolished. Until then, we can't provide the 23 spaces, and it doesn't make sense to tear a house down until he's ready to move ahead with the third and final stage, at which time he'll have to demolish the house for the parking anyway. So it's the 1 space per unit, works up until the third phase, and there's no reduction required in the parking spaces.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rivers, and welcome. For those that don't know, Mr. Rivers used to work for the city of Port Colborne as our planner, so we welcome him back. Councillors, any questions with regards to this? Primarily, this was brought forward for that specific amendment, as it is a phased project. Seeing none, all in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rivers. Thank you, Dan. And that's it for those items. Now on to those that were drawn from correspondence. I have item 8.1, moved by Councillor Bruno, seconded by Councillor Kalalev. And this has to do with the 2021 budget for water and wastewater operating budget rate setting and requisition, CSD 65-2020. Councillor Bruno.
Thank you, Worship. A couple things I've gleaned out of here, and perhaps I can ask it through to Mr. Bowles, because some of it will have to do with our rebilling of that rate in our water and wastewater rate. Through you to Mr. Bowles. Mr. Bowles, my concern always about water and wastewater is that we are always lagging because of when rates are approved. So I see that the wastewater rates and water rates were approved at the region on, I think, December 22nd. Again, this puts us always in that situation in the municipality that we kind of not moved as fast forward on as we have now with getting property taxes done earlier or budgets done earlier. And I'm concerned that for us to do our budget, we need those figures. And is there any way we can get after the region to do water and wastewater budgeting earlier so we can do ours, so we can start billing the rate in January and not leave people with paying 1/4 of the entire year's increase, having to be threaded over the remaining 8 months. You know, rates go high enough already on water and wastewater. And then while it's the same number, to then get that rate added into 9 months of billing or 8 months of billing just makes, I think, the pain even greater in the first year. So I'm wondering if you have any issue with the region calculating these rates lately. And the other thing, just while I'm on dollars and cents, is we are billed monthly for water and wastewater by the region, and yet we bill quarterly. Has that caused any issues? Is there any move ahead to try and either go to monthly locally? Is that something that other municipalities do, or have we canvassed citizens that would rather get that wastewater water bill monthly rather than quarterly? So that's the first part of the question. on what their process does to our process.
Mr. Bowles?
Through the mayor to council, certainly, obviously, the sooner we get the region's budget, the better it is for us to start working on our budget. They did go to their first budget committee on water, wastewater, I think at the end of November. So we had this document a week or so before that, and when they go public with the document. We're always in constant communication with the region with respect to them building out their budgets, but there's no doubt the sooner the better we kind of get that to be able to roll this forward. We did delay the budget this year. We were hoping to do the budget in December. We did delay it after reviewing the water and wastewater increases between the region and ours over the last couple of years. And we're just having a second set of eyes review it. And we'll be bringing back the budget in its totality for council to review. We hope to have a date for the beginning of February and then try to get it approved by council by the end of February. So to your point, when we do approve a budget in February, it does kind of increase the percentage over the next 9 to 10 months in order to make up the full year budget. It is something we can work with. I'll work with the region. I'll reach out and see what we can continue to do to increase or improve our timing on that. With respect to monthly billings, some cities have started to move to monthly billing. We are working internally on the logistics at a personal goal level. We'd like to set a goal by this summer, if the latest early fall, to start being able to transition the city to monthly billing. It's something that's very high on our to-do list, and we hope to keep you posted as we go through the course of the year. If citizens do want to pay monthly to kind of spread out the balance, we do have a program that they can sign up for and make a regular payment to the water bill, and then we'll send them the reconciliations between the actual bill and that regular payment. There's a common methodology used by municipalities to do this. It is on our website, and if anybody that wants additional information can either contact myself or our water clerk that can help set that up. But for council to recognize, and I'll bring it up during the budget process, we are trying to, and we are planning to move to monthly billing by the end of summer, early fall.
Councilor Bruno?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One other thing, I'll try and stay close to it being an item about the regional water and wastewater. I noticed in the chart that they had business mitigation as one of the things they put in their rate. And I'm wondering if, before we do our rates, if you could find out what that is. My biggest concern is our wastewater and their formula that basically is a full flat rate. I'm wondering if you could explain their billing to us on wastewater, because it seems to me that we can be paying a disproportional percentage of wastewater bill to the region because of the overall flows and us being with high flows. I just think it's a real slippery slope. And I know you've done that INS study to try and look at that, but it seems to me that our success on the water side is paired with the region now taking bigger chunks, liberties, and raises in the wastewater side, which is a double whammy for us. So I don't know if you can speak to their billing process on wastewater and what they've done of late in terms of the increase.
Mr. Bowles?
Yeah, through the mayor to council, I think we'll have an opportunity to speak, I think, in a lot more depth as we go through the budget process, and I'll try to walk council. We anticipate using a third party to help explain some of the mechanics of the water wastewater budgets at the city and how they integrate with the region when we do that. But at a high level, I think it's important for council to realize on the wastewater side, in the report that the region has sent us, and we've now sent to you through correspondence, the wastewater and aggregate budget for the region went up 2.24%. But I think what we're going to be talking about when we do our budget process is our flow. What we're sending to the wastewater plant is going up year after year at a very significant rate. And because we're sending more flow to the wastewater plant than other cities are sending to their wastewater plants, we're taking a bigger pie of the total regional budget. And because we're getting hit with a bigger pie, our costs are going up. Our costs that we have to pay the region are going to go up a lot more than 2%. And we're just in the process of finalizing that now. And we hope to be with our report out to council for a first budget meeting on water wastewater in the first week or two of February.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Clayliff?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, Mr. Bowles has answered all of my questions that I had, and I'll wait for the next meeting that we have regarding wastewater budget.
Great, thank you. Any further questions, Council? Seeing none, please raise your hand. All in favor? Thank you. That's carried. Item 8.2. Uh, 2021 Waste Management Operating and Rate Requisition Budget, CSD 66-2020 from the Region of Niagara. Moved by Councillor Bagu, second by Councillor Clayliff. Councillor Bagu.
Mr. Mayor, I relinquish my right to lift it. I'll make the motion to pass it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Clayliff, do you have anything to add?
No, I also want to pass on this one.
Okay, any further questions? All those in favor, please raise their hand. That's carried. This is correspondence from the City of St. Catharines regarding hospice workers. Councillor Bagu. I'll have Councillor Bagu move this and Councillor Danch second it. Councillor Bagu.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just got to open it up here. Oh, wrong one. Oh. Oh. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Basically, I'd like to see the City of Port Colborne support this motion by the City of St. Catharines. We did have Mrs. Cosby come in here discussing the hospice, the services they provide, and the shortfalls that they see every year. And I know we are making donations per capita over I guess 3 years. We decided. I did talk to Councillor Garcia for the City of St. Catharines. He made this motion for the City of St. Catharines, and they're very St. Catharines is very strongly with this motion. And if we could get the Ontario government to fully fund all hospice healthcare workers fully, Hospice Niagara will be in a very good shape. And basically, I think every one of us knows somebody that's had some sort of hospice care with a family or friends, and I don't think there's any problem in us making this motion, Mr. Mayor, and passing it. So
great, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Danch, if that's okay with you to actually support this as opposed to receive, just give me the thumbs up if that's okay. Good, thank you. So we are going to support this, Council. So we will send a letter back to St. Catharines via the clerk's office with our support, as well as we'll send a copy of that correspondence to everyone that was CC'd in the St. Catharines letter. Any further questions on this or comments? Seeing none, to support, all in favor, please raise their hand. That's carried. Thank you, Council. Next item is 8.8. This is from the City of Niagara Falls. It's a resolution I won't read the whole thing out. I'll give you the gist. With regards to emergency response plans, this has been brought forward by Councillor Desmarais. I'll put Councillor Bodner as the seconder. Councillor Desmarais?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just to further explain this, I would just say that the furthermore should be read for better understanding. Furthermore, the Niagara Regional Council, Niagara Regional Public Health and Social Services Premier of Ontario and Provincial Minister of Health, Ministry of the Attorney General, Minister of Children, Community and Social Services, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and the Leader of the Official Opposition, as well as the Prime Minister of Canada, all regional municipalities and all local area municipalities should be copied on this resolution. Therefore, be it resolved that the City of Port Colborne declare a state of emergency on mental health, homelessness, and addiction. And the reason that I'm bringing this forward, it's been supported by several communities within the region, and I believe there's still another 2 or 3 to go. And it's received good support. This just further underlines what Port Colborne has already undertaken, and it further underlines our commitment to our residents and the issues that they're facing today. We're seeing an increased level of homelessness. Addiction services are just really not to be found much here in Port Colborne. In order to access services, you have to go outside of Port Colborne for them. Mental health services have improved somewhat, but they have a long way to go. And again, very few services are available within the community. So we really do, we are in a state of emergency where these situations are concerned. They're eating away at the fabric of our community. So I just felt that this was a good thing to lift and support rather than just receive for information.
Great, thank you, Councillor. Appreciate that. Councillor Bodnar, is that fine with you? Great, thank you, Councillor Bodnar as the seconder. So that we will, as opposed to receiving this, we will support it, and again notify those that are listed on the City of Niagara Falls resolution.
Yes.
Through the clerk's office. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, please raise their hand. That's carried.
Thank you.
Item 8.9, moved by Councillor Bagu, seconded by Councillor Beauregard. Correspondence from the town of Pelham that we support for 988 crisis line. Councillor Bagu.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If you indulge me, it is very short. If I could read it out loud, I'd appreciate it, Mr. Mayor.
Yep, go ahead.
Whereas there is a call for the federal government to adopt 988, a national 3-digit suicide and crisis hotline. And whereas the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic has increased the demand for suicide prevention services by 200%. And whereas existing suicide prevention hotlines require the user to remember a 10-digit number and go through directories to be placed on hold. And whereas in 2022, the U.S. will have in place a national 988 crisis hotline. And whereas Pelham Town Council recognizes this as a significant and important initiative to ensure critical barriers are removed for those in a crisis and seek help. And I'm asking for it to be resolved that the city endorses the 988 crisis line initiative. And I also talked to just by coincidence, actually, I talked to our MP, Mr. Manaway, today. He called me. I didn't call him. Just asked him how it was going. And I ran this by him, whether he would support this as our MP. And he assured me he would support it 100%. And he also informed me that he also has talked to some members of another party. And it looks like in Ottawa, everybody's for it. So it's I'm glad to see our MP already working on it, and I asked our city council to support it also, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you,
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So as opposed to receiving this, we will support it. And at the bottom where it says the support to the local MP, MPP, local area municipalities, we'll do this through the clerk's office. And although Pelham has sent this to their MP and MPP, they are different than ours. So we'll make sure we include Mr. Badaway and Mr. Birch on our letters, as well as the other municipalities. That's okay, Councillor Beauregard, to do that. Thank you, Councillor. Any further questions or comments on this? All those in favor, please raise your hand. That's carried. Item 8.12, 812. This is a letter from Jennifer Driver with regards to Chestnut Park. Councillor Desmarais is bringing this forward, and I'll have a seconder, Councillor Beauregard. Councillor Desmarais.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I lifted this and chose to speak to it because it's one of many letters that I've received or comments via social media or email. But this was quite nicely written, and it did express some of the more pertinent concerns. So I wanted to address some of the things in the letter, and the one paragraph that says that this Miss Driver has watched children play and families use the park along with her own daughter, and had enjoyed the park so much, and now it's going to be taken away without a park that's not really in close walking distance, except for the one across the bridge, and that isn't acceptable. I want to make the point to let people understand that the park is not being taken away. It's important that they understand that it's not being taken away. It's being relocated, and most likely will be quite upgraded. It's only going to be relocated a few meters to the southwest of the existing park. So you may be talking about 2 or 3 minute extra walking. That would be about it. So it's really important that people know the park is not to be lost. That's not in question there. As far as how the new park will look, we don't know that, and that I would hope that people would have some input on that. But it's not going to be lost, and that's the main point. The next point would be that there has been notice that I'm trying to shrink my comments here. She says she's noticed that there are many other lots that are more suitable for this type of housing development, and may be more beneficial than compared to the one at Chestnut Park. For example, there's one just down the street from Port Cares that she believes would be more suitable. Well, I just would like to make the point that this sort of statement, without any in-depth understanding of the project and the needs of the possible future residents, is really misplaced and misinformed. I would think that someone would ask questions rather than draw a conclusion, and I see a lot of that. So I just wanted to bring attention to that just does not bear. It's not correct. So the next comment coming down the line here would be a comment about people who are low income, not having the luxury of owning vehicles, and that they are commuting on foot or by buses. And in the area such as Chestnut Street, where there's not enough close access to grocery stores and necessities, it says where can they walk to. That the location close to Port Cares in the downtown area leaves them far more amenities. Well, I just want to say, and as you've seen tonight with what we've just talked about as far as transit goes, our transit system is always changing. And obviously the transit system will be able to respond to people wherever they are. But I wanted to make the point that there are several low-income families living in that particular area right now, and have been for several years. So again, this is not a comment that should be made. And another comment saying that with being a homeowner who would be affected by the decisions that are being made, that she's disappointed by not being informed about what was happening, and she'd like the chance to help to bring some ideas to the table. And I really hope that does happen. It's absolutely appropriate for the public to be involved in discussions about the development of the general area. And as we know that if this project goes forward the way that it's being planned right now, there's going to be a much broader development taking place, and that's where the public should be involved. They should have an understanding of what's possible for that, because great enhancements are possible for the community. And in particular, there's probably a much broader business district will form as a result of this as well. So all good stuff, and the public should be informed. But I really wanted to make sure that I address some of these concerns, because they're concerns that are riding out there in the public, and they're quite common concerns. So it's important that they be addressed. Social media has a few people who are really trying to stir things up. And unfortunately, the message that's really being sent is, if you're poor, you're substandard. If you're poor, there's something wrong with you. Well, I don't know where that got out. I don't know how being poor was a sin. But these are people who have low income status. All that means is they have less in the bank than the person who's speaking, most likely. That's all that means. It doesn't mean anything more than that. So, you know, if you don't have as much money as the next person, that doesn't make you a person of less quality. So I think it's time that we stopped putting that label on there. It's out there in social media. It really does have me riled up. I just really hate it when that is done. That just is very infuriating. But I want to make sure that the public is clear on what's going to be happening. And I look to the city and staff to be making that possible. What we need here is some kind of plan, some kind of understanding, that something that's put out there so the public can understand what the steps are, what the possibilities are, what possible public engagement can happen, with maybe some timelines, so that they can understand, here's where you come into the process. It's not much different than the long talk we had about the road end situations tonight. Some people just jump on things and automatically assume that they have the answers. Well, it's very unlikely that they do. So the best thing to do is get it out there and have it made known through our website. That's probably the best place to do it. But again, to city staff, I guess if we're going to be making any steps in the future, maybe we should put it on the website first. And that might take care of some of the problems, so we can all point to where it is. But anyway, I just wanted to bring that forward to everyone, and certainly to address some of the comments made in the letter, but to say that this is not the only letter. I've received several of them, and some of them are quite nasty. This was actually nicely written, so I wanted to make a point of that. And that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councillor. And as was stated the evening that we proceeded with regards to Chestnut Park, it was staff that promised us they are going to move forward with public consultation with regards to Lockview Park and how that redevelopment will work. And I know staff is starting that process now to roll out at some point in the near future to the public. And I know we were working with Port Cares and their development to make sure it all goes hand in hand. So as been stated before, that is going to happen. So I thank you for bringing that up, Councillor. Any further questions or comments on this? And this is to receive. All those in favor, please raise their hand. And that's carried. Okay, so we're on item number 16, a memo from Councillor Bodner for reconsideration, and also along with that is a memo from Elena Vanderveen, our drainage superintendent. Councillor Bodner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, my name's on this memo. It's kind of a joint memo between Councillor Wells and Councillor Bagu and myself, and we sit on the Court of Revision and just dealing with the Michener drain, and something has popped up that I haven't seen in my 20 plus years on council. And I think Alana mentioned that she hadn't seen it before, and the committee is struggling with getting to a dollar figure to put on what we think is the right figure to actually put to the roads part of this project and off of the people in the watershed, because we don't feel that they got value for what happened. And I can give you a real brief history. People may be looking in, councilors may, and I think know this from all the correspondence that's been going back and forth. But on any drainage project, there's usually one engineer, and the engineering costs are put to the people of the drain, and they pay it. In this particular case, we've had 3 engineers on this drain. To really, the first one, Weeb Engineering, went bankrupt, and they didn't put a final report in. They did work on it, yes. The next one was AMEC Engineering. They took up from Weeb, and partway through, they ran out of staff, couldn't finish, notified the city that basically they quit. And so there's 2 engineers. And then finally, EWA Engineering, Paul Marsh took it up, and he has finalized the report. So while the cost, and all we can really do at this time is deal with the cost for the Michener drain, because that's what the Court of Revision is all about on this one. There are costs there that we feel as a committee that shouldn't be put on the drainage works. So the only other place for that money to come from is to put it on roads, which the city in general will pay. They do pay a certain portion of roads, and there's always a charge to the city on any drain. But so I guess what we're asking, and I'll go to Alana for a couple of clarifications, but what we're really asking, and please, Mark and Harry and Alana, if I'm out of line on something here, just, correct me on this, but the city has appointed Councillor Wells, Councillor Bagu, and myself to deal with this on the.
Oh, we lost Councillor Bodner. His computer died. Yeah, but he should hear what she says. So councillors, this is a reconsideration because the actual bylaw has been passed, and the original drainage, Alana, what do you call it? The drainage plan, but what's the official name? Sorry.
The report?
Yeah, the drainage report, thank you, has been passed by council. So we need a reconsideration in order to bring this forward through Councillor Wells, Councillor Bagu, and Councillor Bodner. So I'm going to do it once we get Councillor Bodner back, which looks like he might be. We'll go through the reconsideration, and then we can move forward with debate. So Councillor Bodner just explained that this is a reconsideration of the original report. So let's do the reconsideration first. I'll get you to move it. I'll get Councillor Wells to second it. Other than questions for clarification, there is no debate. Correct? Yeah. There is no debate on this. So unless there's clarification, but we've got the gist from Councillor Bodner what this is about. Does anybody else need a point of clarification? This is just to reconsider, then we can go back into what our 3 councillors want to bring forward. Not seeing any. All in favor of reconsidering, please raise their hand. That's carried. So now what we need here is if Councillor Bodner and Ms. Vanderveen want to lead this, is this, in essence, what I'm reading here, is this something that you guys need to take back and then come back to council with what dollars can be used and what dollars would be picked up under the tax base? Is that correct, Councillor Bodner?
Well, actually, I believe the committee has the power to implement this at our second sitting, And this is more of a info for council, if I can use that term. And I just like that confirmed by Alana, just that we actually can do that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Ms. Vanderveen, is the process that the committee can go and make this change? Or does council have to vote on the portion that the tax rate would pick up?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to council. So when those 3 members were appointed to that panel, they were given the authority by council as a whole to make those decisions. Because this is a very rare situation that we're dealing with, or unique situation, I should say, that we're dealing with, that's why the 3 panel members chose to come back to the committee or to the council as a whole.
Okay, thank you. I had Councillor Bruno with a question.
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, I haven't seen this happen before, and I think, you know, the best laid plans all these years have worked, and this one, through circumstances unbeknownst or unforecast by people in the drain, shouldn't have to pay for that mistake. I did want to ask, through you to Councillor Bodner, in coming up with that number and some kind of rationale behind it, just a suggestion. Knowing you guys, you probably looked at every angle to try and make it fair, but I didn't know if the current and last engineer would know the value that the others kind of brought to the table and what was left over. In other words, is the way to discern what the overage is best maybe left to the firm that's now doing it, who sort of could look at what the other engineer did or didn't charge, did or didn't get collected, and how much value was already brought to him when he completed the report. I don't know if you had kind of a methodology, Councillor Bodner.
Councillor Bodner?
Yes, we did. And no, we don't. Okay, so let me clarify that. That would be the relatively easy way to do this, hence why we're here. It wasn't easy. Often professionals, including engineers, don't like to comment on other, in this case, engineers' reports and what was and wasn't usable from that report. And that's exactly the way we were going to go with it. And it would be good. I think we've got as good a handle as we're going to get. There's certainly, and Alana can confirm this, there certainly was definite parts of the first engineer's reports that were usable. And we have no dispute with that sections of both of those were somewhat usable. And while we're not talking of a great deal of money, I don't think in the end of this, I think right is right. And that's where we're trying to get to something that will actually, because part of our job also is to make sure the watershed is represented fairly in this. The other part of it is, as councillors, we need to make sure that we aren't spending taxpayer dollars in a reckless way. And I hope that by you appointing us to this, you have some confidence in that we can come to this dollar figure. And although we're not going to have that dollar figure tonight, and I don't know if that's problematic, because we were waiting right to the end to get all the info we can. And I believe now, as of tonight, we got all the info we can deal with. So I think if myself and Harry and Mark sit down with Alana, we can drill into this pretty efficiently and come up with I think it's going to have to be a percent, because we're going to involve at least 3 other drains that these engineers worked on also that are going to be coming up. So we need to make sure we get it right on this one. And each one will be taken on their own merits because there'll be slight differences. But this drain here is one we can deal with. We think we're confident we can get to a number that'll represent both sides of this as far as the protecting the drain and protecting the city. And that's where we're at right now. I would ask, is that okay, Councilor Bruno? Did that kind of answer your question, sir?
Yes, it did. It's usually more complicated than it seems on the surface, so I buy your point. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Mayor, if I can, a question through to Alana. Alana, can we move forward with this without having a number tonight? Or maybe the clerk needs to get involved on this reconsideration?
Ms. Vanderveen?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bodnar. Yes, as stated before, it is the council or it is the panel's decision how they choose to proceed. So you certainly proceed forward without a number, and that's something that can be decided by the 3 panelists later.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Mayor, this was a courtesy to council because, like I say, I don't think anybody's ever seen this before, and we're willing to deal with it and move on with this. And certainly if there's any other questions or if Harry or Mark want to correct something I said, step up and say it.
Thank you, Councillor. Just before I go to other councillors, Mrs. Vanderveen, does this actually have to come back because it's been reconsidered with an amended report from the one that was originally passed by council, or is what the committee does finalizes that for us?
What the committee does, that will finalize that for you.
Perfect, thank you. Councillors, any further questions? I'll go to Councillor Wells and Councillor Bagu. Councillor Wells, any comments or questions?
To you, Mr. Mayor, this is a complicated situation, and the 3 of us do appreciate that it does have implications on the other drains, and that it could be, it's a significant concern of those people on the watershed that this has happened, and I think it will reflect very well on the city with regards to our efforts to try to look after their cost associated to the decisions that we've made.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bagu, any comments?
I'm good, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other councillors, any questions, comments? Okay, that's it. There is no vote on this. It's done. Yes, Madam Clerk?
So the original motion was on the floor. As soon as the reconsideration is done, the original motion does go on the floor. So if council doesn't want to move it, I guess they can withdraw the reconsideration or just move on the same motion that was already approved.
Well, we did move to reconsider, so we're allowing this committee to take over to finalize it, I guess.
So when a reconsideration vote is passed, the original motion that was on the floor and passed is back on the motion. So that is the one from the report directing to execute the bylaw for the provisionary adoption of the report, to advance the municipal drain engineers report, and to appoint members to the Court of Revision. So council can withdraw this reconsideration, or they can vote on to pass the same motion that they already passed, if that's what they wish, or they can amend it to add support or some clearer direction if Councillor Bodnar wishes that all.
Yeah, because we don't want to rescind the members that we appointed, because these are the 3 members. So if we could just add under the recommendation, do you have some verbiage for council for us?
That would be whatever Councillor Bonner would like. If he would like support from council, if he would like support in a certain kind of percentage or amount, or just a flat out support, it's up to him.
Well, I think what I'm reading from council, we have our trust in the 3 members So if you could word something for us for that, for the support. Okay, is that all right, council? So the original motion is gonna stay the same as what it was. The 3 members still stay on the Court of Revision, but the majority of, or depending on how the vote goes, but council will support the revised numbers that will come forward. Something to that effect, is that all right, Madam Clerk? Okay, does everybody understand that? So we are actually going back to the original motion that was done back in October of last year. So all we are is amending it. All right, because we are reconsidering it. Any questions on that? Seeing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. That's carried. Thank you, council. Okay, notices of motion. I have 2 this evening. First is Councillor Desmarais. She will be bringing one forward. Councillor Desmarais.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the next meeting, I will be bringing a motion forward with regards to Ways and Means to have a councillor's seat vacated for serious misconduct.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bruno.
Thank you, Worship. I'd like to provide notice of my intent to introduce a motion at the January 25th, 2021 council meeting with respect to city-initiated official plan and zoning bylaw changes that also include city property to help assist in the growth of our industrial sector.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. There's no debate on that. Item 18, minutes of boards and committees. We have one this evening. Item 18.1, Environmental Advisory Committee minutes of October 14th of 2020. Councillor Wells, Councillor Clayliff, if I can get you guys to move that. Any questions to those minutes? Seeing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. And that's carried. Bylaws this evening. Council, we have 2 bylaws. Bylaw 19.1 has now been removed, so items 19.2 and 19.3 will be renumbered to 19.1 and 19.2, correct, Madam Clerk? So I'll have Councillor Danch and Councillor Baggy move those. Questions, Councillor Danch?
Come on. There we go. We're on board. I apologize. I'm having some power issues here. I might vacate this meeting quicker than I want to. I just wanted to speak on that 19.2. Had some concerns from the residents on Merritt Parkway with some of the drainage issues and stuff like that. And I would just like to ensure those residents that they're going to look into the what do you want to call it? The west end there. We've got people cutting through the one lady's backyard and stuff because the fence only goes so far, and she'd like to see the fence continue. So I just would like to see that looked into a little bit further if we're going to develop this property, which is always a good thing, but I just like to see that looked at if we could. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Any questions on either bylaw? Okay, all those in favor, please raise their hand. That's carried. On to item 20, confidential items. The council do now proceed into closed session in order to address the following matters. Item 20.1, minutes of the closed session portion of December 14th, 2020 council meeting. Items 20.2, 20.4, 20.5, and 20.6 for the following reason. Subsections 2392C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, surplus lands. 20.3, subsection 2392C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, surplus lands. Subsection 2392F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. Item 20.7, subsection 2392B, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or board employees. Subsection 2392D, labor relations or employee negotiations. That's what I have. I'll have Councillors Demeray and Beauregard move that we now move into closed session. Any questions? All those in favor, please raise your hand. That's carried, and we'll have a 10-minute recess. And they'll go into their in-camera Zoom. So you guys will zoom out of this and then zoom back into the in-camera portion. So we'll see you in a minute.